I appreciate everyone's patience. Got a little late start because of the length of our commissioner workshop, but I believe we have quite a bit to do this afternoon. So let's begin with. Let me just jump right into, before we get to communications, I understand that Dr. Zeman has to be somewhere. So if we could just jump right into business one, redefining our school's presentation. Is anyone from our city staff joining in on this?
So, Mayor, after Dr. Zeman makes his presentation, Susan Leon, I'd just like to introduce her, and she'll make a few comments as well.
Great. Excellent. Dr. Zeman. Now, again, my understanding is there's a lot going on at the school board level. There's still a lot of moving parts. There's been no decisions made. You still have a whole lot of public outreach to pursue. So you're just sort of giving us like an update what's going on, right? Okay. Dr. Zeman, could you push the button below the microphone?
Yes. And we will give you more than 1 minute.
No.
Yeah,
I really want to spend some time talking about repurposing schools because that's fundamental. But there's other things that influence you very much. The first is teacher pay. 2 years ago, we moved teacher pay up 9%. This year, we moved up 14%. And so we're working very, very hard to make sure that.
So what's the starting salary of a teacher?
So starting salary is in the low 50s, but the average compensation, Mayor, is now $93,000. So we have about $73,000 of average pay, $10,000 toward their retirement, and $10,000 toward full medical. We're one of the last employers that gives our people 100% medical with nothing out of pocket. So average 93, average pay 73, starting is in the 53 to 54 range, depending on whether they have a graduate degree or not. It's much better than it's been. We continue to reallocate the money that we get from property taxes and from the state to pay better, but right now up 14% and then 9%, so we feel pretty good the last 2 years.
But considering the teacher shortage in this community and around the country, has there any thought been given to incentivizing new teachers with higher pay?
Absolutely. We continue to work on right-sizing the kind of layers of management. In fact, this afternoon I'm going to propose an elimination of one layer of management. And that's a $13 million savings. Every time we do that, we have 4 layers of management, believe it or not, between the superintendent and the principals. And the principals are the CEOs that run schools. They hire everybody. They run the budget. They keep people excited, Mayor, about coming to work. You know, teachers don't come just for the pay. They have to be paid well enough, particularly in a high inflation, high cost place like Broward County or Fort Lauderdale. But we still have too much management. It's ridiculous that you take orders from the superintendent, from the senior staff, from a regional superintendent, and then there's a thing called a director that oversees all the principals. Zeman's view is that that's 4 layers. That's one too many at least. And so we're going to actually talk about that this afternoon at the school board meeting that I left. So every time we do that, Mayor, we're able to free up money, and the school board has been very clear that as we free up money in any regard that's operational money, we're going to turn it into educator pay. A couple other things just to tell you about. Smart Bond's going to end in October of 2025. That means we're going to declare defeat. We're going to over-deliver what we promised voters in the Smart by about 13%, but we did it at a cost growth of 100% and an extension of time of 5 years. So what we promised in 7, we're going to deliver in 12. Instead of $800 million, we're going to do $1.6 billion, but we are doing everything we promised the voters in 2014 when we floated that bond, and about 13% more. So the bottom line, in my view, is that's a fail. We didn't do what we promised the voters fast enough. We did it at a tremendously higher price, and it is not because of construction inflation that it was a higher price. It was because of our school board and our construction staff not getting it done on time. And that's something the city of Fort Lauderdale needs to think about. We have AECOM. You guys have AECOM. It's critical to manage AECOM in a way that they're incentivized to get things done rather than incentivized to hang around. We found out on a few of our projects we were up to 15% was going to just consultants. The city of Fort Lauderdale, I hear numbers that are approaching 30 and 40%.
Okay,
so
but Dr. Zeman,
just something to be aware of.
That's not a subject to discuss right now, but I'm going to take issue with what you said.
Oh, if I'm wrong,
especially since what it took us to get the school board to deliver a cafeteria at Stranahan High School.
Yeah, it's unexcusable.
So I mean that you know, and then the cost kept going up every time they kept delaying. Mm-hmm. So let's not go there because
I'm just trying to have an open and honest. I'm
a
Fort Lauderdale
open
resident,
and honest
huge supporter of this entire commission.
Well, you're here to represent a school board that you weren't even a part of when all this was happening. So
I have to deal with the fallout of a failed bond. The good news on Stranahan is we're on schedule. We're on budget, and that is going to be a miraculous cafeteria when we're done. I'm very proud of that work.
It should have gold plates on it.
Well, yeah. Maybe we'll have one with your name on it, Mayor.
Yeah, okay.
It'll be the memorial. SROs is another big one that matters to all cities. We moved the compensation to cities from $62,000 to $103,000 last year. That's great. It's not where we need to be, though. There's still a lag on that. We're in a situation of an unfunded mandate, and we have to just keep fighting to get more money to compensate SROs. I'm really proud of our safety and security posture. We are putting metal detectors, in essence, at every high school in Broward County. So we have 31 high schools that are getting them in the fall. That'll help, and we continue to add staff as security officers, our own guardians where we need to. And we continue to thank, by the way, the Fort Lauderdale City and the Fort Lauderdale Police for unbelievable. You guys set the standard for SRO care for our schools. So thank you very much, and we'll continue to work on the compensation. The last topic, which I think is most interesting, is repurposing schools. This is an issue that is as inevitable as the law of gravity. The law of economics takes over sometimes, too. We have too many campuses, and we have not enough money. The average amount of money paid for a school district to educate their students in the United States is $12,800. In Broward County, we get $8,900. So we're starting almost $4,000 behind the national average, and we need to spend as much money as we can on instructional quality and on instructional capital so we can continue to move toward an A district. We're very, very close to becoming an A district. There's a good chance we'll do it this year. If we don't do it with the momentum we have, it's almost guaranteed the following year. That's great for the county. It's great for every one of our municipalities in the city. But as we continue to try and find more money, we can get $1,000 more per student if we right-size our infrastructure. And so we're on the path to do that. We have to be very careful and thoughtful about how we do it. I continue to ask all of the people who are working in our strategy and innovation office that leads us through this repurposing to actually sit down with communities first rather than second. So we've made a few mistakes. This is while I was on the board, Mayor. We went and did a town hall before we released the information. I made up for that. I went back. I had a whole other town hall just by myself, and we had 150 people come just to talk about what we're doing in Hollywood and Hallandale. But the answer to Hollywood and Hallandale and to Coral Springs and to Deerfield Beach and to Weston and Miramar and Tamarack is that we need to get smaller. Help us figure out how to get smaller, not how to argue about, is that school going to close? Is this program going to move here? Can that be a K through 8? We have a lot of choices in Broward County between private schools, public charters, home schools, and public schools. We're getting smarter about how that decision is made within families, and we're trying to make sure that we complement private schools and complement public charters. In Broward County, we have 87 public charters. That's a lot. But that means that every parent, every influencer, every kid, because kids are making that decision more and more, have a lot of choice. We want to make sure that the public traditional school choice is the best choice it could be. We think that $1,000 extra per student is a big deciding factor in terms of offering programs and having facilities that make sense. Just to make it really clear, at elementary schools that are small in the Broward County system, including Fort Lauderdale, if you go to a small elementary school, you only get one special. You either get art, music, or PE. That's wrong. We have to offer equitable education to everybody, regardless of the size. But the only way we can do that is to get smaller in terms of campuses that we operate.
Dr. Zeman, I'm sorry, you said smaller. What is the demographics that is defined a smaller school?
So we pay up to $5 million in fixed costs every year, Commissioner, to run a campus, just on average. We don't have to spend that money if, in fact, we can take 4 schools are in one cluster, all feeding one middle and one high school. Each of them is at, say, 50% capacity. We can't keep operating 4 at 50% of enrollment when we know that each one of those campuses can cost us up to $5 million to operate. So this is an issue that's going to take us some time. We really need public comment. We need real public engagement. But the challenge that we have is too many campuses, not enough money. And we got to be smart about it so we don't emulate Kodak. Remember when the digital cameras came out and they said, no, we just need really great film. And now Kodak's not around any longer, right? We don't want to be that. We want to be agile. We want to be responsive. And we really want to respond to all the municipal interest in which properties might make the most sense for you to develop in a certain way, to turn into a library, to turn into a park, to sell to developers, whatever you think makes great sense. In my view, and I'll keep fighting for this within Broward County Schools, the municipality should decide with us how we go down this path of fewer campuses to get more money, and the municipalities ought to be in the driver's seat about what happens to the land when land is made surplus.
Well, do you think it's a responsibility of a municipality to participate or to run a parallel workshop program to get public input? In other words, would you be offended if we as a commission engaged in some of this neighborhood outreach to help define the goals that you are trying to define for us today? Is that something that you could contemplate, or do you feel that that's the purview of the school board?
So I've worked with a handful of cities that are going through that. I encourage that. I do think, just in terms of the audience, that it might be better to do them together. We're going to do them in innovation zones. So we're going to take Fort Lauderdale High School, the middle schools that feed it, and the elementary schools that feed those middle schools, and we're going to have town halls around those, because that's where we make decisions. It's our ecosystem. So if we go to the mayor of a city and say you got 7 elementaries, 3 middles, and 1 high school, eventually we got to get to 5 elementaries, 2 middle, and a high school. We want to have those outreach opportunities with cities to the extent possible, just because we don't want, members coming to yours and then members coming to ours, but we're going to organize them by innovation zones, and we would love to do it with you. You have an amazing connection to your people, and I think it would be wonderful to do those in conjunction would be our first choice, but we're not going to stop a city from having them on their own as well. It just makes sense to have them within these ecosystems, because that's really where we're looking to make change.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any further comments?
Yes, I want to talk about VSY and Bennett.
Okay.
VSY is one of our most successful schools in Broward County. That was a proposal that was made by our superintendent. It was rejected soundly by the school board.
Proposal to what? Proposal to what?
The proposal was to take the Montessori magnet program. So people from 1/3 of Broward County can go to VSY. There's 150 seats reserved for the local boundaried area to go there. But the idea was to move the magnet of Montessori to Bennett as a way to reinvigorate that school and to give it a chance to become another A school in Fort Lauderdale, because every school in Fort Lauderdale should be an A school, every school. And so we're working hard to make that a reality. That idea came up. We heard plenty of public outcry about it. That idea has gone away. What's come out of that, though, is really a wonderful expression of energy, action, and emotion about fixing Bennett. It was fascinating to me that the VSY parents, to a person, said, look, let's keep this here. We understand Bennett needs help. Let us help you help Bennett. And so we're using that group to make sure that we get the right ideas. There are a couple very active education leaders in our community that have some really brilliant ideas about what to do with Bennett. But one of the ideas that the school board is considering is actually closing Bennett for a year so we can rebuild the school. So it comes back as Bennett Elementary, the new Bennett or whatever we can do name-wise to make sure that it's clear. And then to reserve that school for up to 3 years for boundaried students only. So where we do this in other places, what happens then is the community looks at a brand new school and says, wow, all the other schools in Fort Lauderdale along this region are A-rated schools. There's no reason Bennett's not. If we, in fact, get great teachers there, pick a program that dovetails very well with Sunrise Middle School, we can have, in essence, a K-8 option for people where they come through and do Bennett with one program and flow right over into Sunrise with the same. One of the ideas that's come up with some very influential education activists is to make it a sports academy. Taking advantage, by the way, sir, of the city's investment at Sunrise and the school board's investment in a number of places where we've invested at Bennett and Sunrise, to designate that as a magnet school for people that are serious about long-term athletics. And we have an opportunity to do that. It's one of the ideas. I think it's a good one. The most fundamental one from the economics of education is just to close it for a year, open it back up to boundary residents only, and see what Poinsettia Heights and Lake Ridge and others would do in terms of a school that's brand new, staffed with hand-picked teachers, First couple years, it'll be very low student-teacher ratio. You might have 12 or 15 kids per classroom, which is going to invite even more people in. It ought to be an A school in its very first year, which attracts more students as well.
That might be something you might consider for Sunrise Middle School, since it has more open space as opposed to Bennett, which is kind of a confined area. But anyway.
But that's the idea, Maris.
Yeah.
The idea is that the elementary school kids could go over and use that synthetic turf field, the track,
Right.
all the equipment, the pool. We're even talking, and you'll enjoy this very much, we're talking about a new transportation for drop-offs over there, too. We used to own that little stem street, and you could drive right in from US 1 into Bennett and Sunrise, and it did impact the neighborhood. And now that neighborhood is impacted in a very negative way, and we really want to work on those traffic patterns.
From it.
Well, we're actually exploring whether or not we can do something with 13th Street to allow for the entrance to be on that side. So we're going to keep trying to do things that are good for Fort Lauderdale and good for those two schools. But I'm really excited about the energy of the VSY parents and community, who immediately turned their attention once the decision was made and said, let us help you help them. And I just have to give them a shout out for an amazing civic attitude.
Dr. Zeman, if we just roll back a little bit, what is the cause for all this under-enrollment in our schools? What's going on? How did we get here?
The principal driver of under-enrollment in Broward County schools across the board is a low birth rate. So people here are having fewer children, and they're having them later. And so if you look at the birth rate of Broward County for the last 20 years, it has just continued to gradually reduce. The net result of that is the total number of students that are enrolled in any school, public, private, home, or traditional public, is smaller. And the projections for it is to continue to go down. People are having fewer children, and they're having them later in life. Broward is also attracting people that have either had kids elsewhere and are coming down here after raising children, or people who are coming here that are at least buying houses that suggest that they're not in the group of people that would have children right away. So it could be that our projections are wrong. I'm fascinated that when I was young and having children, you kind of, the goal was a single family house, and now that's changed. I have kids that are in their 30s, and they don't have any problem having kids with a condo or a townhouse. They think, I don't have to mow the lawn. That's great. I'll take that. It gives me more time for the kids. But our models will continue to suggest that we have fewer students in total. Now, can we win over students from private schools and charter schools and home schools? Absolutely. We are a little bit like Kodak in the sense that we haven't thought that way. We've been a monopoly provider of education. So why did we need to think about who are we competing with and who are we complementing? But that thinking is certainly resident in the school board now. We're trying to understand more about why people are choosing what they did and making sure we complement charters and private schools in the right way.
Well, and that's not only a local problem, it's national and it's international. So we are below the replacement rate of new births in this country and many of the industrialized countries around the world. Women are waiting longer to have children. They're more invested in their careers than they have ever been historically. So in pretty much almost every advanced country around the world, they're experiencing the same thing, declining populations.
Well,
so we're not immune to it.
There's two big effects, Commissioner Herbst. One is the one you talked about, which is families are deciding to have fewer children, but they're also deciding to have them later.
And later. Right.
The second is, and this is really funny about Fort Lauderdale, but children are a thing called an inferior good. I don't know if you've ever heard this concept before. Children are an inferior good.
They cost more than they give back.
Well,
in
no,
value.
I'm not going there. As the father of 7 kids, I'm not going to touch that. Although if I'm broke,
I'm glad you've done more than your share. Thank you.
Well, you and I are on average, so it's good. But in reality, the more money you make, the less children you have. Well, this is an area of a lot of people that have done very, very well financially, and that's correlated with actually having fewer children. So economists call them an inferior good, like peanut butter. You buy less peanut butter when you make more money. And children are one of those as well, and it's been that way forever, that high-income people and advanced economies do that. But all of those things are happening. Even if it just leveled out, Commissioner, we would still need 30 to 40 fewer campuses in Broward County to really run it in a way so we can put all of that money back into instructional quality and instructional capital.
Okay. With that being said and understanding the point that's being made, with the conversations in the schools who've been identified, it may be that my district is going to be a district that is truly impacted by the redefining of our schools.
Yes, ma'am.
What does that look like in regards to transportation or the busing is still going to be available? Because right now, if the conversation of Walker, the conversation of Norfolk, the conversation of even Thorogood Marshall elementary schools, Sunland Academy, I believe, is on that list as well. These are primarily students from the neighborhood. So how does that affect them? Where are they, the busing opportunities? Because we know that there's, what is it, 2 mile?
Yeah,
for busing?
we will always bus anyone that lives more than 2 miles from their school to their school, and so that commitment is there, and it will be there forever. It's a national standard, and we live up to it. Our students are 80% black or brown, so no matter what we do, we're going to affect people of color. We're going to affect people that are in other races, other racial ethnic groups. What we really want to do is make sure that what we do is provide for every community better education when we're done. And
Well,
so that's the trade-off.
I'm sorry. The majority of the children are
Black or brown in Broward County
so
schools.
if the majority are black and brown, why are we seeing those particular neighborhoods, those schools being impacted?
Well, one, we don't have any list of schools right now, so there's no, we don't know which schools are going to be impacted. We know areas where there are under-enrollment, and those are areas where we can combine schools to go to a common campus and make that education better there, resource better, and then arguably better in terms of instruction for the kids.
I think there's a misunderstanding of what you said. 80% of the students are black or brown are being impacted, not overall throughout the city.
Yes. So when we did our first round of looking at consolidating schools, there was a disproportionate share of the schools we were looking at that had black and brown students.
That's what he was trying to say.
And so we need to make sure that what we're doing is based on an equity lens and is based on working with the communities to find out what we can do to offer better education. In the end, though, a majority of our students across Broward County are black and brown, and they need to participate. Those schools, those communities need to participate so that we get a better answer across the board for Fort Lauderdale and for Broward County. Again, this is a trade-off that we're asking the county to make. Do you want better education with fewer campuses? And what we're finding is when you put those two things together, we're getting really big responses that that's the right thing to do. We just have to make sure we go through it in the right process and take our time to get to the outcome of where we're going. We all want better education. In this case, we have to figure out how to do it with fewer campuses.
Okay. Any further comments?
No, sir. Thank you for the time, and thank you for...
Well, don't go away.
Oh, I'm not done?
Don't go away.
Wait a minute. I thought I was done. I just want to say thank you to the commission, though, if you don't mind, Mayor. I spent 6 years working with the members of this and previous commissioners, and the way that you run advisory boards is the model that we should adopt in Broward County schools. I always felt heard. I always felt involved. And I always felt that I could, go and schedule a meeting and talk to any one of the commissioners or all of them in a sequence in order to make sure you were aware. As a result of that, the average increase in performance for the 6 years that I was on the EAB was remarkable. And so it had a big influence, and then more people wanted to be on that board. So thank you for running a great set of advisory boards. It's the model that I hope we adopt at Broward County Schools.
Any further questions or comments?
I do, Mayor, if that's okay.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman, thank you so much for your service and for all you do. Just a couple of quick points. Number one, just to follow up on what Commissioner Beasley-Pittman said, do you see the declining enrollment as something that's going to just continue for the foreseeable future?
Yes, sir.
And is the school board preparing for that even more than just redefining schools, or are you looking far, far out, or just in the next couple of years?
We already know, because we don't accept kids roughly till age 5, the input of what's going to happen over the next 5 years based on the birth rate right now. So we don't even have to project. We can go out and count them and say this is going. The scope of this, though, is what's really interesting, Commissioner Glassman. We could close 5 elementary schools every year, given the declining enrollment that we have. We're losing 4,300 students a year. That's the equivalent of 5 elementary schools on average, because they're around 800 on average in Broward County. So when you hear 30-ish, campuses could be closed, depending on which ones are picked, that's now. Next year it's 35. The year after that it's 40. So unless the projections are all wrong, or people move here that want to have children or bring children with them, that's the way it is. Now, one of the cool things about education in Florida is that you can steal people from Palm Beach and Miami-Dade. And so they've been stealing kids for us for a long time. But as our borderline schools in Parkland, Deerfield, and in Miramar, Weston, and Hallandale are getting better, we're starting to steal them back. And if we just continue on our momentum and surpass Miami-Dade and Palm Beach in academic quality, we think we'll get some of those back as well. So there's a little bit of nuance in there, but we're losing 4,000 students in Broward County every year.
Although I would like to mention that downtown Fort Lauderdale has seen a 90% increase in families with children in the last 5 years. So that's a little bit counterpoint to that. And I think we have to be able to capture those folks so that maybe they're not necessarily always choosing private or charter schools, but also our public school system as well. I think, if anything, that I've learned over the last month or two in watching what's been unfolding with regards to redefining our schools, and I think going forward, it's going to be so very important that the parents, that the neighborhood folks, that they feel that they're just not being asked to react to a plan, that they need to be in and at the table, and they need to be part of how that plan gets developed. That's what I think I've taken away from what we saw, especially with regards to my district, with regards to Bennett, with regards to VSY. That is what I think we have to really focus on, is really making sure that these families are heard, that these neighborhoods are heard, because I think Fort Lauderdale is going to be significantly impacted with whatever we do to redefine our schools. And I'm really just hoping, again, that folks are not just going to be asked to react, but they're going to be part of the discussion, part of the solution, and really feel that they have a voice. That's all.
I appreciate that. We're trying to run a community engagement model that's terrific, and that it presents the problem and then asks the community to help us over iterative meetings to find what the best solution to that problem is. But the problem is clear. We have too many campuses, and we don't spend enough money on instruction. We spend too much money on building maintenance, on repainting, on tearing down 40-year-old buildings and putting up new ones. That's around $5 million per campus per year. And we want to take that money and we want to spend it on the kids of Broward County so that we can make sure that we're being an A district and then continue to propel forward on academic success.
Are you going to be able to deal with, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think from what I've read, that any of these buildings that are deemed surplus, or are you really obligated as almost like a first right of refusal to let charter schools and other schools come in and use these buildings? Or are you going to be able to figure out a way to maybe repurpose or sell, or even, who knows, affordable housing, you name it. There's a whole list of things we could probably do with these campuses. But is it true that you really are going to be hampered by a law that says that if a charter school wants to come in, that you must basically rent that facility to them?
So there's 7 exceptions to that. I think we'll be very thoughtful about what the probability of a charter opening in an area. We know charters will open only if they can fill up an entire school. We also know that we have the best locations in Broward County for schools. And so if one of ours is deemed surplus and it's in an area where they think they can get 1,000 elementary school students or 2,000 middle school students, there's going to be a demand there. Right now, we've been told by the charter school owners that we work with every day that 87 is about the right number. That's how many we have in Broward County. And they're in the locations where they think that they can fill up the schools and, frankly, make money. The areas that we're looking at repurposing some schools are not those in general. But you're right, they do. If we don't do one of those 7 things, which includes affordable housing, by the way, or the next 6 things below that, they do have the right of first refusal if, in fact, we deem it excess. But there's a lot of steps we would take before we actually deem it excess, including we can move the students out and do something else there for a while. And there's some strategies for kind of dealing with that. Charter schools are not bad things. I mean, I got to admit that. I mean, sometimes the traditional public education people think private schools and charter schools and homeschoolers are bad things. They're not bad things. Those are choices that people make, and the legitimate choices. We just want to make sure our choice is the best we can for the $8,900 we get per student.
Yes, understood. And again, thank you for your service. As you know from your service on EAB, the City of Fort Lauderdale stands ready to partner with you on everything. We have a terrific new Chief Education Officer. Our parents are very passionate. Our EAB is very passionate. And this City Commission is definitely dedicated to enhancing our schools in our city. So thank you for what you do.
Well, I have 12 million reasons to say thank you for what you did on schools, and that will never go away. The the generosity of the City Commission of Fort Lauderdale to build new things, and for the schools to open up all 27 schools, their pools, their tracks, their basketball courts, their tennis courts, their pickleball courts. That is the model for Broward County. And every time a Weston or a Parkland or a Deerfield Beach comes in and says, oh, we're thinking about doing one school, I say, call Fort Lauderdale. They did all their schools at one time. And what they got out of that is a much better grand bargain than just doing pinpricks one at a time. So again, thank you for the 12 million thank yous.
Anyone else have any questions? There being none, thank you so much, Dr. Zeman. We appreciate it.
Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
We have a few people have signed up to speak with regard to this.
Now, before they do that, I would like to make a comment, and
Yes.
Dr. Zeman doesn't have to be here, but this is just for us internally. As you know, last meeting ended at 1 o'clock in the morning. We didn't have time for a conference, something that I really wanted to put on there, and I had proposed a resolution. I had was going to distribute it, but I think you gave me like a minute or something at the end of the day, and it was time sensitive because the school board was going to be taking up this item in Plantation High School. I actually did go, and I did speak at the school board meeting at Plantation High School on behalf of VSY and some of the schools, as you know, trying to speak on behalf from the city. But I would have liked the resolution in my back pocket to have backed it up. I had that resolution prepared. We didn't, obviously we flipped. The conference was before the meeting, and logistically it couldn't go on. But I did distribute it to the city clerk a few days ago, a day or two ago, the city attorney, and I'm passing it on to the rest of you just to do what Hollywood has done. And I think one other city has also come with a resolution. And basically, the issue is public, outreach to the public, Turns out this was going to go forward before Education Advisory had the chance to see it, this redefining of the schools. I think you all know that my opinion on public outreach and being transparent goes back from the day I was elected. And I think it's important to have outreach not only to the community, but our innovation zones, which are very, very solid, to have our education advisory, our communities, and our neighborhoods involved in the process. And the resolution speaks for itself, how we as a city should follow the lead of Hollywood and other cities, asking or requesting that the school board reach out and any plans going forward do it with the city involved. So I just want to open that up. I would like that to be an add-on, walk on for the end of the evening.
So are you asking that we walk this resolution on and pass it? I mean,
This evening, yes, I am asking to do that. I wanted to do that last time, but we didn't have time to do that. But this is...
It's dated, though.
Can I finish?
I'm sorry.
It's all right. There's a lot of allegations in the whereas clause that I don't know if they're factually based. I don't know the answer to these questions. For example, over 1/3 of the total number of schools district-wise proposed for changes are located within the city of Fort Lauderdale. Do we know that? That people were only given 1 minute to talk. I mean,
but we could strike some of that. We could easily strike. I mean,
no, I'm just saying this is. I mean, we'll take it up at the end of the meeting if you want. But
Yes, take a look.
what is the point of this?
well, to go on the record like Hollywood did, just to encourage the school board not to do what almost happened, where it went through without our education advisor, without our innovation zones, the neighborhoods, just to make sure that the city and the neighborhoods and the school, VSY, my kids went to Harbordale. I was vice president of their PTA. I was part of the innovation zone. I worked with their education advisory. And quite frankly, people put a lot of time and effort into this, and just urging the school board to go out of their way to engage the public in the process.
All right. Well, we
could strike some of these.
No, I mean, we have afternoon, we have the evening. We can think about it.
I think
but-
actually this would have been good before that meeting, but now that this is dead, the redefining and the whole issue that I think this would have been good was before that meeting when everything was scrapped at
But
the
it's
school
going to come
board.
back again, and I wanted to...
Well, first of all, Dr. Zeman explained to us what the status of the endeavor is, and the process is still in its infancy. And I mean, we could certainly say, rah rah rah, please keep doing this, and let's try to find solutions, trying to save money for the school board in order to enhance the educational opportunities for our kids by having more money to pay teachers and better facilities and things like that. but he's already said that. So I mean, we can clean this up if you want. I don't know. I'll see
Okay,
whatever the commission wants to do.
Thumb through it. I'll bring it up again in conference report at the end.
All right. Okay. Very good. Anybody else? Okay, we have a few people signed up to speak.
Mayor, we just wanted to have Susan introduced real quick, and she was just going to give an update. Susan
Sure.
Leon.
Come on up.
So,
Good afternoon.
And Susan Leon is our new Chief Education Officer. I think we did an introductory memo, but she has spent time as a classroom teacher, as a school-based administrator at Coral Springs High as principal, and as a district director of professional development. So she's just going to tell you in the 3 weeks she's been here what she's been doing and what we are doing as far as monitoring all the school board actions as it relates to redefining. So, Susan.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Very honored to be here today.
Congratulations.
And speak to you all. Thank you. I was one of those CEOs that Dr. Zeman was talking about. And so in this role, I have been attending the board workshops. And as you said, they are taking a step back and kind of starting over again. And I would agree that it's very, very important that they listen to the neighbors and they hear what people have to say before they just move along. So I was very happy to hear that that's what they're planning to do. They also have a new superintendent who really needs to get his own, feet wet in terms of what this initiative will look like. So I'm here to support that endeavor and be here to speak on your behalf, and more than willing to make sure that the school board and the members of the staff in the school district, who I know very well, are familiar with our needs and our wants and what we would like to see in our city. And so if you have any questions about anything that they've presented, I'll be happy to try to answer them, knowing that it is not actually mine, but I'm very familiar with the processes and procedures that they went through to get there.
Well, it's a pleasure to have met you, by the way, the other day. Thank you so much. Welcome.
And it's a pleasure to meet you, too. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Susan. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Mary Fertig, followed by Joanna Fields, followed by Erin Gohl. You have 30 seconds. No, I'm just kidding.
You could take the other 30 seconds I didn't use at the school board meeting, by the way. They did give me only 1 minute to speak, but that was...
You're not on. You're not
Mary.
on. You have to push the button. Push the button below.
Press that button.
Oh, you're on.
Joanne was going to give me her time so I could give you some background.
Okay. All right.
Are we good with that?
We don't normally do that, but it's you, so I will.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to get through as much of this as I can. I'm a graduate of Broward County Public Schools. I was also a teacher in Broward County Public Schools. And when the oldest of my 6 children was at Harbordale, I began my journey as an educational activist on behalf of public education. At the time, many of our schools were in decline. A group of Fort Lauderdale parents joined together to fight for better facilities. Our work eventually led to hundreds of millions of dollars, and this is Fort Lauderdale residents, hundreds of millions of dollars for Eastern Broward. And that included new buildings at Sunrise Middle, Croissant Park, Sunland Park. We got the first 2 new schools built in the Easton years, Thurgood Marshall and Virginia Young. I could go on, there are many more, but let me just get to the point. Over the years, we worked hard to put in new programs to attract quality personnel, to market our schools, to fight for equity, to ensure that Fort Lauderdale schools were treated fairly and equitably. And it was done, all of this was done by our community, which was so proud to see come out on May 6th at Fort Lauderdale High. It just took me back. We saw the children of our original group standing up, fighting for their children, and that is a wonderful thing to see. It took 20 years to accomplish a lot at Fort Lauderdale High. People think the building was built overnight. It was not. When my oldest daughter went there, it was an F school. It is now one of the top high schools in America, just designated by U.S. News and World Report. It has a Magna School of Excellence. I could stand here and say the same things about every one of our, I'm just going to pick our 3 high schools, Dillard, Fort Lauderdale, and Stranahan. But I want to say one thing. In this plan, which I spent a lot of time analyzing, yes, over 1/3 of the schools that they initially picked were in Fort Lauderdale. Every one of our innovation zones, Dillard, Fort Lauderdale, and Stranahan High School, were impacted. So I just want you to focus on the data. When they started this, they said they weren't going to pick on one part of the county. 2/3 of the schools in the original plan were east of 441. In the most recent version, there are 16 schools left. Of those, 2/3 are east of I-95. I want you to know, I'm happy to share this with you, got a list of all of the schools in the county sorted by innovation zone. There are many other places in the county where they are experiencing the demographic decline that is a result of a declining birth rate. Okay, I don't know that conversation was really had, but I am so thrilled we have a new superintendent who has made it clear that he wants a community-based conversation, process. He needs support on that, and I hope today you will give him that support by letting him know that we in Fort Lauderdale know that our schools are better today because of what our community has done over the past many years. And let him know that we can find answers in Fort Lauderdale, that we are willing to, that you support him in his drive to have a community process. I have so many things I could say about how this process rolled out the wrong way. But you know, the greatest thing was watching. I was in a meeting of school board committee chairs on Friday, listening to Dr. Hepburn, was just listening to all of us. And just his embracing of community process was a great thing to see. So hope you will pass on, that you will support that, and that you will let him know. And I want to share one example of a school that's on their list that did use this community process at Sunland Park. Dr. Osgood had convened a community process several years ago. Sunland Park is now, average last 5 years, a B school with 92% capacity. It shows you what a community can do when the community is empowered. Please empower us. Please take a position that you want your citizens involved. Thank you.
Mary,
Thank
before
you.
you go, Mary, hang on. A quick question for you. I had gotten some data. It was, and I just to verify, because I got this independent. Is it 1/3 of the schools?
Yeah, on the most current list, there are 16 schools, and 6 of those schools are in the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, and I mean, one of the concerns I had is going, like I mentioned, input from innovation zones and communities, and I mean, has that?
I was actually on the phone with a school board member when Scott Travis's article came out in the Sun Sentinel. Don't want to say I lost it, but I might have. I was shocked because none of us had any clue. And I know you're going to have parents here from other Fort Lauderdale schools speaking today about that, but it was a shock. They told us what was going to happen to our schools. And in our case, in the case of many of us, we've worked a lifetime to build these schools. We would just like to continue to see them thrive. And where we do have problems, we want to be part of the solution. We want to be part of the discussion on how we make sure that every child in Fort Lauderdale has an opportunity to experience a successful public education.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, like I alluded to earlier, I got my start in 2004 as vice president of one of those schools that was going to be impacted. I was part of the innovation zone, the education advisory. Fort Lauderdale is unique. I mean, we really do have a very active input into the schools, unlike other cities around. Some do, some don't, but we are very, very active, and I just want to foster that. That's the main point here. Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you. Erin Gohl. Hi, Erin. Janet Gualtieri, followed by Nancy Thomas.
Hi, my name is Erin Gohl, and I am on the Fort Lauderdale Education Advisory Board, and I am the PTA president at VSY. And we were one of those schools that I've paid very close attention to this process. In my work with the EAB on the PTA, I went to town hall meetings early in January, and yet we found out about it through a Scott Travis Sun Sentinel story. So I am here to plead with you all to formalize your ask of the school district to make sure that does not happen again going forward. I am so grateful to hear of the, advocacy for community engagement. But at that plantation town hall, there were a varieties of timelines that were outlined. And I am very nervous that the school board will decide to go through this process very quickly again. And we need to make sure that doesn't happen. The decisions that will be made as part of this process will have a significant impact on the quality of life, economic development, and the future of our city. And as Mary said, historically, Fort Lauderdale has been disproportionately targeted in school closures. But history has also shown us that when communities are engaged and invested, that powerful transformation is possible. So I'm again going to ask that you revisit Commissioner Sturman's resolution and formally ask the school district to be intentional and timely about empowering and engaging the communities that might be impacted by this process. We need to ensure that the plans align with their unique needs, strengths, and hopes. I ask that you do make sure that innovation zones are a key part of that engagement. And the Education Advisory Board is an incredible group that wants to help with this process. And it's just important that the district have an open conversation that is transparent. The stakes are too high, so thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Janet?
Good afternoon, Commission, Mayor. Aaron mentioned the Education Advisory Board. I am the chair, and I don't know, there's a rule that two people cannot speak. So should I speak or no?
You really can't.
Okay, because I was speaking on my own, not as the Education Advisory Board.
Well, you'd like to think that, but you aren't. That's,
But we know who you are.
we know
and
where
you know
come
where I
from.
live. Okay.
If
I
you
just
have
want-
written comments, or if you'd like to commit them to a writing, you can give them to us, and we'll be very happy to review them.
Yeah,
And-
it's public knowledge what I was
Okay.
going to speak of. So.
Yeah, that's the rule. I'm sorry.
And,
Yeah.
and she could also speak to each of us individually, if you like.
Yeah.
Not tonight,
Not
Yeah.
but at a later date.
Okay.
Mayor,
Thank you.
the EAB would have given you a formal communication, but the meeting was Thursday, so it was after we had published the
I
agenda.
understand. No problem.
All right.
All right, thank you. Nancy Thomas. Hi, Nancy. Followed by Trish Holiday, your good friend.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nancy Thomas. I've been a resident of Harbor Inlet in the Fort Lauderdale Innovation Zone since 1985.
Can you define for me what innovation zone
Innovation Zone is the flow of students from school, elementary to middle to high school. It's a feeder pattern.
is? Okay.
Each high school has one, and every
Right.
middle school and elementary feed. It's like a tree. So each high school has one innovation zone and common interests that feed into that particular high school. So Dillard
So
would
it
have one.
identifies the feeder schools into the high
Correct.
school?
Elementary,
Yes.
middle, and high
Yes.
school. Like
Okay.
Dillard.
Unless, other things intervene, but generally that's the way it goes. So please keep that in mind because that's a big part of this issue.
Right, okay.
So my first child went to Harbordale in 1991, followed by two more. They all went to Sunrise. They went on to Lauderdale. I've been friends with Mary and inspired by her ever since Harbordale. I'm a big believer in public education. I think it's the constitutionally and morally and ethically right thing to do. And I appreciate all the efforts done by the school board, and I know they're in a state of flux. But I got to tell you, one of my first career was in market research, then marketing, advertising, and they need a marketing person. They need somebody to tell
They
them
need a PR person.
how to get the information they need. You never did something product-wise without talking to your customers. You don't want to drive them away. You don't want to confuse them. Talk to them. And parents are the customers. And this was done too late, and it caused a big kerfuffle in the last couple of weeks. A lot of consternation. I was emailing my young friends who have kids at Harbordale saying, don't panic if you hear Harbordale boundaries are going to change. Don't panic. This is just, because I'm like, I know how things work with parents. I just think that the process was awful. So please support the idea of the customers, your taxpayers, Fort Lauderdale parents, and other interested folks in contributing to how to make this work. None of our schools are under-enrolled, except Bennett, okay? And we've worked on every single school. We got Fort Lauderdale rebuilt. They were going to close it. We got Sunrise rebuilt. We got the feeder pattern changed for Sunrise for our kids so they didn't have to go off to different schools. We got Lauderdale High rebuilt, and you give the credit to Mary Furtick. She just worked her butt off. It's very successful. We got the Cambridge program there. My kids were there when this was all happening. So please, did you use up some of my time? Anyway, bottom line, good public schools are great for a city. Great. People want to move here for them. They want to stay here for them. They shouldn't have to feel like, oh, I have to go to private school. Not everybody wants to go to a Catholic or a Christian or, fine. Send your kids wherever you want. But our Florida Constitution says we have to provide a quality public education to our kids in this state. And I love the idea of Sunrise and
Thank you, Nancy.
Sunrise and Bennett maybe
Nancy,
being a sports thing. They got lots of space.
You were president of Harbordale at one point, right?
Well, my son used to tell his friends I was president of Harbordale. I was president of the Harbordale School Association.
Correct. And you were my inspiration going into public life. So
thank
you can blame
you.
her, Steve.
Or you're blaming me, one or the other.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Tricia Halliday.
Hi, I'm Tricia Halliday. I just learned that my kids were in the innovation zone. Thanks, Nancy. Yes, they went to Harbordale, Sunrise, and two of them went to Fort Lauderdale. Two did go to private school, and I realized that the other two got just as good an education, if not better, and I won't say the private school, at public school. And that was thanks to the magnet programs that we have. And I'm so glad to hear that they are going to continue with those magnet programs, because I had to disagree with one thing that Dr. Zeman did say. We did, thanks to Mary, have to fight for our children. We did need to attract children back to public schools when my children were young. And in doing so, we attracted some children back from private schools. You remember Commissioner Sturman back in the day? And it worked. I remember my daughter being at Fort Lauderdale High School. We had children coming from Weston. We had children coming from all over the place. It was great. And they would take the bus at 5:30 in the morning to get to Fort Lauderdale High School. Great program. We need to continue with these programs wherever they are. Bennett, wonderful. And we've got some great VSY moms here, so please continue with that. And I really appreciate you listening tonight. Dr. Zeman's wonderful. One thing that I did not care for when I went to the May 6th meeting was the, what was it? The survey they had. And that was, I felt it was a little faulty because you weren't able to, and I didn't fill it out. I did not fill out the survey, and I don't think that I was alone. You weren't allowed to do you had to just vote for one or two. You couldn't leave it not applicable. So I didn't fill it out. And so I think a lot of the data that they have on their website is not true to form. I think that might not be accurate. So that's the one thing that I have to say that would be negative at all. Otherwise, I think they're doing a good job.
Okay, great. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay, great.
Mayor,
Thank you,
just a
everybody.
point,
Yep.
what Trish was also saying, our work is harder now than it was when she was talking about back in the day, because the state has made it more difficult because of the vouchers, because of all of the opportunities, so that there are more incentives and there are more, I guess they are incentives, because they do encourage folks, if they want to, send their children to schools other than the public schools. Those vouchers have really made a difference, and they're also contributing to the decline as well in the public schools. I just wanted to mention that our work is harder now than it was years ago to try and maintain the population in the public schools, and to also make sure that folks want to send their children to our public schools.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let us move on to business 2.
No, well,
I'm sorry?
finish this one. Okay, Dean, I'd like to just close and remark.
Okay.
Regarding that resolution, now that I've heard the public speak, I really think it is important for us to support our public schools. Looking at the resolution, if you want to, take out a couple paragraphs that, like 1/3 of the schools and the one where the town hall meeting, I mean, those, the specifics are not important. The important thing is we need to go on the record of supporting our schools, making it open and opening it to the innovation zones and the education advisory. And I would like this to be a walk-on for tonight.
Well,
we could talk about it right now.
If we're going to do a resolution, I think it would make more sense to be more targeted in our message than just say we support our schools, because, I mean, obviously we support our schools.
Did you read
but
this?
Well, I couldn't read it because I'm conducting a meeting. So,
Good point.
But I'm sure just in scanning it, I saw a few things that stood out, and I'm just saying that if we want to do a resolution, let's be more targeted in our message and say specifically what we're asking the school board to do, which is to make sure that there is additional neighborhood outreach, that there be continual conversation with our neighbors, our civic associations, and the school board members, and things along that line.
That's exactly what's in there.
Okay, well, I don't know that. So,
Okay, that's fair enough. Fair
but
enough.
I'm just saying that let's be very targeted, and we don't have to line it up with all kinds of accusations or assertions. Let's just say this, I think it's consensus that the City Commission does support efforts to try to be more to, as we say in the business, to be value engineering our school system, and to if we need to reorganize the schools in their geographical area in order to conserve money and provide better teaching, better teacher pay, better facilities, better opportunities. I don't think anyone's against that, but as Commissioner Beasley Pittman said, how are kids going to get to and from these other schools that they're so used to just walking to? These are all important issues, and let's just make sure that whatever resolution we come up with includes all of that. This is this is going to be an ongoing process that could take months. So I hate to rush it and look lame rather than doing something that really is that befits the dignity of this commission.
And Mayor, if it's the will of this board to move forward with this resolution, I just quickly looked at it, and I would just offer this to Commissioner Sturman. I would say if you delete the last 3 whereases on page 1, I think the rest is really good to go. But I would just say take a look at those last 3 whereases on page 1, because that gets a little bit into the weeds and specifically mentioning certain town halls and how much people had to speak. I would just say the whole thing is really good, just deleting those last 3 whereases. That's just my opinion.
I don't want to do this now.
I understand. Okay.
In our break, we'll each have the opportunity to review it and make our comments. This is not the right
No
time
problem.
to do it.
Just offering that up.
Okay.
And I'm very willing, I think Vice Mayor Glassman, that's what I should call you, Vice Mayor Glassman's
You
suggestions
Stern, yes.
are well received. I think that's a good input. Yes, thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
Anyone else? Okay, very good. Okay, now on to business 2. This is regarding the Orange Bowl in United States Tennis Association proposal. Susan?
Yep, I'm going to ask Carl Williams to come up and make a little presentation.
Hello, Carl.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Carl Williams, Parks and Recreation Director. So the purpose for this particular item is to make you aware of a unique partnership that we have available to us. As you know, the city, you all invested $3.5 million into the Jimmy Everett Tennis Center. Those improvements include LED lighting upgrades, fencing upgrades, and sub-irrigation. Along with that, the historical significance of the Jimmy Everett Tennis Center, the location, and just the brilliance of the facility, the Orange Bowl and USDA has reached out to us as a city in the potential opportunity for a partnership. That partnership gift legacy would include $1.5 million over a 10-year period to provide an annual resurfacing of our 20 clay courts that we will have at the facility. And with that said, as a gift to that, or as an add-on to that, the Orange Bowl Tennis International Championship Series would be provided at the facility.
Okay. Former Mayor Jack Seiler is here. Jack, do you want to add any comments to this proposal? Or should I say, would you please add some comments to this proposal? Thank you for coming here.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here in my capacity as a member of the Orange Bowl Committee for the past 30-plus years, as the former chairman of the Orange Bowl Committee and current chair of the 2026 College Football Playoff National Championship. As many of you know, in Commissioner Beasley Pittman's district, we did Carter Park, Orange Bowl Field at Carter Park, going back about 10 years. We were able to deliver $1.5 million gift to Orange Bowl Field at Carter Park. We were able to spruce up the field. Obviously, now it gets 24/7 use. We were able to spruce up the track. It hosts the track championships. It hosts a lot of events. And as we were looking at the Orange Bowl tennis, it was something we thought would be ideal to bring to Fort Lauderdale. There's no better name in tennis than obviously the Jimmy Everett Tennis Center, the Everett family. And I can tell you I spoke directly with the Everetts on this issue. Spent a lot of time yesterday talking further on it. And the Orange Bowl Committee is going to team up with the United States Tennis Association to bring our Orange Bowl International Junior Tennis Championships to this facility in early December, and to make the gift of $1.5 million to the city, like we did with the Orange Bowl Field at Carter Park, and hopefully get a win-win. And Commissioner Glassman, I know you and I spoke, and I spoke to the Neighborhood Association leadership. I believe it was well received. I certainly got back to you on that. They then put me in touch with others that were active in the tennis center and the tennis community, and I think everybody welcomes this potential for a win-win. I want to publicly thank Carl Williams. We brought this back a few months, and Carl jumped on it, and I know the timing could not have been better for the city or for the Orange Bowl. We need to be able to host this tournament in December of 25, which means this facility needs to be done by the fall of 25. And with you all putting the money in that you've committed to the tennis facility, with us being able to bring this additional resources, and we believe there'll be opportunities for more resources, because again, the name, as you can imagine, with the naming of the stadium court, Chris Everett, it's a worldwide name. It's just incredibly well known. And the Jimmy Everett Tennis Center is also well known. We sometimes take it for granted. I will speak as mayor. I took it for granted in our own backyard. But in the world of tennis, everybody knows the Everetts. And so this is a great win-win for the city and for the Orange Bowl and for the USTA. They've been looking to move this tournament to a more prestigious location. I know this commission's big on holding prestigious events, prestigious facilities, and this, I think, would further that.
All right, great. And yes, indeed, this is a win-win for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Thank you. Anyone have any questions or comments?
I have a
Thank
question.
you, Jack.
I'm sorry,
Wait.
just a quick
Well,
question.
let's,
Jack, what are the additional sports that the Orange Bowl also cover?
Like Commissioner, every time I go somewhere with one of our, we've done 7 legacy parks. And
Okay.
We've done them up as far as at Glades Pioneer Park up in Belglade, Florida. We've been down to Homestead. We've done them in Miami Gardens. Right now, this is probably tapping our resources to the max. But, obviously, we are going to come back. In fact, on your agenda tonight is a gift from the Orange Bowl Committee to Carter Park.
Mm-hmm.
I would appreciate your support for that. That came out of when my dad passed away, when they took donations in honor of him. They gave it to the Orange Bowl, and then we decided to give that to Carter Park for the facilities, the new ice machine, and all that stuff. So it was a situation where Orange Bowl was able to give back. But we're going to be working with you again to make sure that field gets refinished. And so, yes, we have other sports. We have one of the world's largest sailing regattas, and
Okay.
thankfully, you guys don't have a sailing facility that needs any assistance right now.
Not
But,
yet.
exactly. And we
well,
are.
you may want to talk to Claire Vickery.
I do want to put on the record. I know one of you asked earlier about. I don't know if you know when Stranahan High School was redone. We are the ones that redid the media center. That was a $500,000 commitment from the Orange Bowl to redo that media center, and that came out of the 21 College Football Playoff National Championship.
Thank you for that.
Great.
Thank you.
Was it Commissioner Sturman? You had a question?
No, just thank you. And
Okay.
I know
Was
this
it
is
Vice
in
Mayor?
this is in
It is
sorry.
District
it's in
2.
Steve's district.
Oh, District 2.
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Is this in District 2?
It used to be your district. Do you
I'll
remember?
defer to the
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Steve.
No, thank you. Of course. No, thank you. I appreciate it. Mayor Seiler and Carl, thank you both. You know, as when you first presented this concept, of course, my first inclination is please make sure we speak to the neighbors. Please make sure we speak to the neighborhood. Please make sure we talk to the members of the tennis center. I will let the commission know that this is a priority for District 2 in terms of, I guess, bringing the luster back to that facility. It has dimmed a little bit over the years. Carl knows that we've been meeting over the last couple of years with a lot of the members of that facility, but we have made really significant improvements to the facility. I think this will really be, you know, the cherry on the top that's really going to help us maintain, push it to that level. And what everyone has said is correct. This is a win-win, but I specifically want to thank you for the Orange Bowl's commitment to this, and also for the reaching out to the neighbors, and Carl, same here. And I'm looking forward to really seeing this facility shine with this help, and then also, I believe it was $3.5 million in the Parks bond we have for this facility as well. So this is going to really go a long way in making this a really incredible tennis facility. So thank you.
Thanks. May I just make one quick introduction?
Sure.
Just to save time, we did not ask him to speak, but I would ask that Doug Wiley, who chairs our Orange Bowl International Tennis, a Fort Lauderdale resident, Doug, you'd please stand just so the commission knows who you are. And
Thank you for coming this afternoon.
And
Thank you. We
Doug,
appreciate
like
it.
I said, he chairs the Orange Bowl International, which is the #1 junior tournament in the world. Next to him is Eric Palms, the CEO of the Orange Bowl Committee, and truthfully the best guy in the bowl business.
Thank you so much for being here today. Any further questions or comments? All right, let's, Mr. Cooper, let's make sure this happens by December of next year.
September of next year.
Oh, September.
We want to host it in December. We want to have it done by September.
All right. Well, if we can build a soccer stadium in 9 months, we can refurbish our tennis courts in a few.
I want to thank the whole commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Congratulations, Ms. Grant.
Thank you very much.
Okay, no one has signed up to speak, so we'll move on to business 3, discussion of appointing a city manager search committee to assist in the recruitment of the new city manager.
And Jerome Post will be making a presentation. After he does, he's going to be asking for some input as far as the number of members and how they will be appointed to the search committee. Based on your input, we will bring back a resolution at the next meeting, and the second meeting in June start on the appointment process. Thanks, Jerome.
Right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jerome Post, Human Resources Director. As Acting City Manager Grant said, we're here to look for direction today on how you'd like to staff the Citizens Advisory Board for the City Manager search. We'd also like a little direction as to what you see the duties of this board being. So if you'd like to open the discussion, I'll take some notes, and we'll put the resolution together for the next meeting.
All right. Comments? I'll start with Commissioner Herbst. Do you have anything you'd like to add to this conversation?
No, again, this is something that I just think is probably a best practice. I think engaging all the key stakeholders in the community, whether it's folks from our various neighborhood associations, the faith-based community, our business community, and also potentially our new district superintendent. I think these are all the folks that the city manager is going to have to interact with on a regular basis, and I think having their input is going to be very valuable.
All right. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes. The process that was used before is basically what John has just described, correct? When we did this for, I'm going back.
It would be Lee Feldman would be the last one. Yeah.
Okay.
2010.
Okay. I was giving reference to when we vetted for police chief, because I remember that particular process in detail.
We also used a Citizens Advisory Board for the city attorney search last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I am in agreement with key stakeholders. I'm also reaching out to our neighbors through the HOA, those individuals who we can bring together and vet them to prepare them for this process.
So this, I'm sorry, go ahead, Vice Mayor, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My only question, Jerome, maybe you have the answer to this. If you look at the backup for the Exhibit 1, where we see the resolution that was passed in 2010 for that search for city manager. Do you have any idea why the mayor did not get an opportunity to have a nomination on this committee? It looks like every commissioner had a nomination, and then there were 3 others for a total of 7. One was from the Council of Civic Association, one was from the business community, and one was a former elected official. What was the rationale for excluding the mayor in terms of nominating a person to this committee?
I do not have the history on that, but I believe somebody from the city clerk's office was going to research that for us. So I'll open it up for Ms. Cassandra.
Yeah, it does seem kind of odd, right?
It does.
Yes, we did the research. We opened up the minutes from 2010, and unfortunately, no one discussed it on the dais for why the mayor.
All right.
Well, I'd certainly be in favor of giving the mayor a voice on the committee. Just so I would change that one little thing. The rest seems okay to me, but I was just perplexed when I read that and said, gee, I wonder why they excluded the mayor. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else have any questions? All right.
So what was the makeup was 5 last time when they 7. And how about I remember with Gretzis when here we had also what was the same type of a deal?
I honestly don't remember that far back.
We could do if we want the mayor to have a say. We could have a total of 11, 2, 2, 2, no 9, 2, 2, 2, and 1.
That's too much.
No, we don't need that many people. It's hard to get a quorum. It's hard to, let me ask you this. So
I've got so many people asking to participate, Mayor, that you'd be surprised. They are lining up out the door right now.
For this one, I don't think a quorum would be a problem.
Yeah, I think this is.
So I'm looking at Exhibit 2. I'm looking at Exhibit 2. You're saying City Commission can identify representatives from various civic associations, organizations. You talk about the Chamber of Commerce, Council of Civic Associations, Broward County School Board. I don't know why they're participating. PACA, I don't quite understand why they would be involved in city manager. Nonprofit organizations and labor unions. Labor unions might be adversarial to a city manager, so I'm not sure that would be appropriate. I assume these are in addition to each member of the city commission appointing one person.
These were simply suggestions for the commission to consider when you're looking at membership.
Right. I mean, I can see the chamber, maybe even the workshop, I guess, and the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations, of course. But the others, I just don't necessarily see any relevance to, city manager. And then let us each pick an appointment. That would make 8. But let's go.
Mayor, if you look at Exhibit 1, check out Exhibit 1. I think that makeup is pretty good in Section 3. It was 7 members.
Hold on.
3 are consensus. Look at Section 3.
There should be 3 consensus appointments in making the city. So maybe those 3 that are Exhibit 2 can be consensus appointments?
If you want to include the mayor, maybe you just eliminate number 3, that 1 member shall be a former elected official. I don't know if that's important, but you can certainly, I think, do well with everyone on this dais appointing someone, and then the council, and then it looks like business community, and that makes 7.
So we have each member of the commission, that's 5.
5.
A former elected official is 6.
I would say eliminate that one, so you have an odd number. Just go with the Council of Civic Associations and the business community.
And business community, like
That's
from the
7.
chamber.
Yeah.
So that's 7. I'm good with that. I mean, and we can still pick a former elected official if we want to. All right.
You can nominate anyone.
Anyone. Okay. We good with that, everybody?
You think, going back, maybe, everybody would want to be part of this. You want to just...
Well, we can pick...
No, would you want to have more than 7?
Honestly, it becomes unwieldy, and it's going to be hard to get a quorum, and, I just think that, we want to be as efficient. I mean, 7's a lot of people.
It is.
Yeah. Okay.
All righty. Jim, you wanted to talk? You wanted to speak? Jerome, we just have one speaker.
There we go. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioner, City Manager, nice to see you, Susan. I just wanted to speak in support of having a representative from the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations. be a participant in this selection process. I think it's really important that there's some type of neighborhood association input, and I think using the council as that means would be the best way to approach it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I strongly agree with that.
Okay, so we'll move in that direction. And how often are they going to meet? What's the protocol? What are we going to do? Once a month? Once every couple of weeks? What are we looking at?
Well, the current plan is to have the board meet before the break yet, just to get some ground rules established. They could decide how often they want to meet or how often they think they should meet. I would recommend probably at least once a month, probably twice a month, depending on what progress we're seeing from the agency that we engaged to conduct the search for us.
And they'll choose their own chair?
Correct.
Okay. And then they will vet any level of applicants that you would submit to them, and then they will bring those recommendations to the city commission. Is that the process you anticipate?
That's what I envision, yes.
Okay. All right. Anyone have any questions of Jerome?
I'll just make one point. So for everybody involved with this, anybody that will be participating in this, since this is a committee that will be making a recommendation to the city commission, it is fully covered by sunshine requirements. So just let's everybody be very mindful of that they are acting in place of the city commission and making a recommendation to the commission. So it is fully covered by sunshine law.
Is there some reason why that previous resolution says they have to own property or be employed in the city of Fort Lauderdale? Do we really require people to own property?
That's been pretty consistent with the other boards and committees, that it's either a resident or they
somebody doing
live,
business.
work, or own property
I get
here.
that,
Yeah.
but if someone's a renter, that shouldn't preclude them from being it doesn't say live, it says own property.
Oh, yeah.
It says who shall be residents of own property or be employed. I just want to make sure that doesn't preclude renters. That's all.
We'll look at that when we revise or write the resolution for.
Yeah,
the
just make
next
sure it
meeting.
includes
Yeah.
that if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to business 4.
And Amber Carrera, Amber's coming up to talk about Bloomberg.
Okay, business 4, Bloomberg Harvard Innovation Track update. As many of you know, this was a program that I wanted to initiate for the city of Fort Lauderdale. It required a number of us to go to New York to participate in in-person sessions. Bloomberg Harvard offered each city an opportunity to pursue a more specific track of educating and learning about our own city. The city of Fort Lauderdale chose the innovation track with specific reference to public safety. Amber.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Amber Cabrera, City Manager's Office. This presentation will provide an update on the joint venture the city has been participating in with the Bloomberg Harvard Innovation Track since August of 2023 and its focus on shaping the future of safety in Fort Lauderdale. So, spearheaded by the Mayor and the City Manager's Office, Team FTL is comprised by an interdisciplinary team of city staff from across all departments. The primary objective of this program is to harness innovative thinking and creative problem-solving skills. This will allow us to drive measurable positive changes in the realm of public safety in novel and impactful ways. The path to innovation involves 3 phases: understanding the problem, generate and test new ideas, and deliver initiatives. Keeping in mind that through the process, we must be impact-driven, creative, people-centered, iterative, and collaborative. Over the last 10 months, staff has had numerous in-person sessions, conducted one-on-one interviews with identified stakeholders throughout the city, and implemented multiple citywide surveys, all in an effort to uncover what residents truly think of our city. In identifying stakeholders, we wanted to use an equitable lens to include and speak with many members of our community, such as residents of District 3, including members of the Haitian community and single parents, Fort Lauderdale police officers, businesses and residents in East Fort Lauderdale, faith-based leaders and residents living in West Fort Lauderdale, and young students and professionals ages 18 through 30. We have heard from our neighbors, and from that data, we have surmised that our neighbors' feelings of public safety are in fact declining. Neighbors attribute these feelings to visible increases in the number of unhoused individuals in the community, neglected infrastructure, lack of visible police presence, and longer than expected police response times. This disconnect between residents' expectations and the city's delivery of services erodes trust and reduces the overall quality of life in Fort Lauderdale. After gathering and reviewing all the data, we are now in the generate and test new ideas phase. Our first in-person co-creation session with the community, we ideated and gathered over 200 ideas. Now the team is narrowing them down to bring feasible, impactful, and bold targeted approaches to address the problem the data has presented. In our next 2 co-creation sessions, we look forward to prototyping these ideas. We invite you all and our neighbors to join us in these co-creation sessions. Next week, Tuesday, May 28th, from 5:30 to 7 p.m. at Holiday Park Community Center, and Thursday, June 20th, from 11:30 to 1 p.m. at the Women's Club. And as always, refreshments will be served. So let's continue to work together to build a safer and more secure Fort Lauderdale. And open to any questions.
Great, thank you. Anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank
Keep up
you.
the good work. I noticed that these sessions are really well attended, and people really are engaged in trying to find solutions here, so that's great. Thank you.
We are very, very pleased with the public input and with the participation of y'all on the dais.
Great.
Just one question. Do you begin each meeting by singing the national anthem?
Well, that's upon request.
Okay.
But I can do other national songs too.
Just checking.
You know, God bless America.
I was thinking maybe that's why they were so well attended.
Well, you know.
Okay.
Her repertoire
everyone.
exceeds that, you know.
Yes, I
Just
know.
want you to know. All right, moving on to business 5, Inter-Miami parking discussion. Ben?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission, Ben Rogers. This item is really just to get feedback from the Commission and direction on what to do. So earlier this year, the Commission provided the City Manager direction. The City Manager has authority to enter into short-term parking agreements. So the Commission gave him direction to enter into a 6-month parking agreement with Inter-Miami for the South Lot. And so that agreement is scheduled to expire at the end of June. Also during the conversations earlier this year, there were some conversations about the mediation and the status of that, and that the Commission would come back and determine if we would be extending the lease for the remainder of the season or not. So we're here today to get feedback from the Commission on next steps.
Is mediation continuing?
I'd have to defer to the City Attorney or Commissioner Herbst.
Oh, Mr. Hansbrough.
The last session was not as productive as I was hoping. I think Mr. Herbst is more able to articulate what happened, because I think he spoke to the mediator, Mr. Seiler, after the mediation.
I don't know how much John can really disclose here.
That's correct.
It's concluded as far as you're concerned, right?
Yeah, I believe at this point it has concluded. We have not had any response to the last discussions that we've had, so I'm not sure.
I think you can give me at least your opinion about what's going on.
Okay. So we had our first meeting, and, as I reported back to you last time, I did not come away from it very optimistic. I know Tom was a little bit more so than I was at that point. We had a follow-up meeting, and rather than moving forward, we actually went backwards. So at this point, I don't know that there's any basis for us to continue to move forward. Our last offer that we put out there was exceptionally generous, and we haven't gotten a response back. I know the mediator, Jack Silo, is reaching out to them, and we haven't heard anything back from them since. There's been no effort to schedule a follow-up meeting. So at this point, I would have to say that the mediation has probably come to an end.
All right, I see Chris Smith and Stephanie Toothaker have signed up to speak. Senator Smith, would you want to come up and speak? What's your understanding, or Stephanie Toothaker, what's your understanding where we are today? Just push the button there.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm not comfortable speaking for the mediator or anything about the mediation, but it was my understanding that there would be a follow-up discussion. And I don't really understand if an impasse was actually declared, but we left the mediation thinking there might be some follow-up discussions.
Was there like an offer or something that's going to be tendered or something? I mean,
yes, it's my understanding. It was my understanding that we had direction that we should work with our client, Miami Beckham United, to propose an offer that is similar to or what was discussed in mediation, which I obviously can't discuss.
Did you participate in the mediation?
I did.
You were in there?
We both did.
Chris, were you in the mediation also? What are your thoughts on where we are?
My thoughts, without disclosing again what's been said, is that there was an offer put forth by the city. There was an offer put forth by our client, and we're discussing with our client, trying to get a meeting of the minds, trying to get closer to a ending of this. But there's no impasse that's been met in mediation yet.
All right, so from your point of view, you think the negotiations are still pending? There's no impasse was declared, correct?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So what's the next steps? What's the next steps?
I think for today we were just here to answer questions. We had understood
but the whole point of the parking arrangement is if there's still an effort being made to try to resolve the dispute between the city and Inter-Miami. So are you representing to the city commission that this effort is continuing and that the process has not concluded?
I believe that our client, Miami Beckham United, is going to send some kind of offer letter. I don't know that it would be acceptable to the district commissioner, so and I'm going to defer to the city attorney and the district commissioner, but it was my understanding when we left that we were to send some kind of letter laying out what an offer might look like, and that has not happened yet because this was on the agenda.
Well, I'm just trying to understand what the position is of Inter-Miami Beckham. Are you planning to present an offer, or is everything ended? Has everything ended?
There will be a letter coming from Inter-Miami to the mediator.
Right.
That the mediator will then decide what to do with that letter. Yes.
Okay. If I may, so when we left that meeting, Mayor Seiler had indicated he was going to be speaking to your clients and would have an answer for us that day. And that was, 2 weeks ago? So there's been no answer forthcoming.
I'm sorry, that wasn't my understanding.
That was our understanding explicitly from Mayor Seiler that he would have an answer for us.
Mayor Seiler leave the room?
Yes. He ran away because he knew this was on the agenda and he ducked out the back door. So you're old enough to remember the Paul Simon song, Slip Out the Back, Jack, right? That's it.
Well, I mean, my understanding from what you're saying is that that there's still opportunities to continue this discussion. We have not reached an agreement on the matter in dispute, and that I don't know if the conversation ever took place between Jack Seiler and the Inter-Miami group. You say it was supposed to take place 2 weeks ago. I don't know if that ever happened.
To the best of my knowledge, it has not.
It did not happen.
It has not happened.
So there's still an opportunity to really move forward and try to find a resolution here. So, okay.
My concern, though, Mayor. So as I said in our last discussion, where in the first meeting I had made what I thought was a very substantial effort to try and move the proceedings forward, and that was rejected. In the second meeting that we had, again, what was presented to us, I think, was actually a step backwards from where we had been before. And I know Tom and I and Eric, who was there with us, were somewhat surprised, as was, I believe, Mayor Seiler. So we made what I think was, we made a substantial concession and came down, again, without talking about the exact numbers, we made a substantial concession. and that was rejected at the time. So what we've got is a rejection of our last offer with no indication up until what we just heard right now that there might be something forthcoming. So if there was something forthcoming, I would have hoped that we would have had it before today. So the fact that we didn't have it prior to this meeting, to me, is disappointing. At least even a suggestion of a request for a future mediation session, which we have not gotten. So far, the response from the client has been deafening in its silence. So based on that, I'm not inclined, Mayor, to suggest that we continue to accommodate them with respect to parking at the site.
So is there an intention to have another mediation session?
There's an intention of having a response from our client.
Okay.
Soon.
So a response, so like a counter offer is going to come from your client?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any idea when that might be forthcoming? Are they still promulgating it? Is that the reason why we don't have it yet?
They're still promulgating it. The offer from the city was substantial, but it still needs to be discussed amongst our client. But what we're faced with now are two different things. One, the park is going to get built. If it's either the city or Inner Miami, the parks are going to get built. Eventually, it's going to get built, and we're arguing about, or we're discussing back and forth, who's going to pay what amounts. So what you have
for the parking.
Yeah, and that's my point. We're here on the second part of it, the parking, in which the city gets a part of it, and we're trying to finish out a very successful soccer season with one of the biggest stars in the world. And we're trying to get people to come to Fort Lauderdale, park, enjoy something in Fort Lauderdale, and leave. Now, so it's two separate things. I was hoping to have an offer from our client by now, but it's two separate things we're here to discuss.
So the costs for the park have been part of this mediation? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
I don't recall that had been, I didn't think that was part of the mediation. I thought the only part of the mediation was going to be the demolition costs and who was paying for that. I didn't know the park issues were part of it, but I could be mistaken. But you're saying there's two bifurcated issues, one with regard to park costs and one with regard to the parking, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. But you're saying your client is preparing a response or a counter offer to that made by the city, and that's forthcoming?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when does the season end?
The official season ends in October, but the playoffs go through the end of December.
Okay. So what are you requesting today?
A 6-month extension on the parking.
So you want it to go to the end of the year?
That's correct.
And if we have come to no conclusion by then, what's going to be the recommendation then?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Anyone else on the commission have anything they'd like to add to this conversation? Commissioner Sturman.
When does this agreement end?
June 30.
And we have one more meeting before, and then we go on break?
Correct. No, we have 2 more meetings. We have
4.
the end of June and we have
June
the first
4
week
and
of
June
July.
18.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, correct. We have 3 more meetings. We have two in June, but only 2 before the end of the expiration.
Okay.
I mean, you could postpone it, if I may speak, and wait till the June 4 meeting, see if we receive this letter that they're talking about. We will evaluate it, and at that point, we'll know it's either impasse declaration time or not.
Right now, we have to decide now if we can sell parking passes or not. So we're kind of at a time crunch on selling parking passes. And again, this is 2 separate issues that we're talking about.
Mayor, if I may, so
Yes.
the only reason that we were able to get to mediation was because we threatened to withhold parking. So let's be honest that the reason we're at the table now, the reason that we were able to get the building permit fees paid last year was because we've got one bargaining chip in this entire conversation. This is a totally one-sided comprehensive agreement with respect to our ability to enforce any of our options. And so the only thing we really have is the parking, which is in our sole determination because it's outside of the comprehensive agreement. So, and the reason specifically that we went with the 6-month parking extension was in order to encourage your clients to come to the table with some degree of both haste and conciliatory posture. We have neither had either of those two things. We have not had haste. We're now running out of our 6-month time frame, and we have not had a conciliatory posture in terms of the negotiation. So I would be inclined to take up the city attorney's recommendation that we simply postpone this until we receive the reply from your client, because again, my concern is, since you don't even have an idea of when they're going to reply to us, it quite conceivably would be, I don't know, July, August, September, December at the end of the season. So unfortunately, the practice that we've seen so far is one of delay, because delay actually works to the benefit of your client and against the city. So I would strongly urge my colleagues, I don't think we need to reject this today, but I don't think it's timely. I think we need to have that offer, that counter offer in hand from your client, and I would encourage them to have it to us before the next meeting. There's certainly no reason that they could not have responded in a more timely fashion than they have so far. So I would encourage you to speak with your clients and inform them of the necessity to act with a little bit more speed in getting something back to us for us to evaluate.
Can I just say this, though, Commissioner? The city is not prejudiced in any way, whether if we agree to an extension to the end of the year, the city is not prejudiced in any way. In terms of the parking, the city actually gets money for the parking, and so we benefit from that space being used for parking for the soccer games and all the other things that take place at that stadium. So giving the extension, I think, is not putting the city in any compromised way. Now, I agree that we need to incentivize Inter-Miami we need to resolve this, okay? And I'm optimistic that the counteroffer will be something we can work with and to try to resolve. So I don't want to complicate the situation by causing them to forfeit the right to use the parking just because they have not submitted their counteroffer yet, when in fact no one's going to be hurt by allowing the parking to continue. If anything, Inter-Miami will be hurt, and so will the teams, and so will the public, and so will the opportunities that we often thought we presented to the public by having the stadium and Inter-Miami playing here in Fort Lauderdale. So, I mean, I think going forward, we should continue the parking till the end of the year. We still get income from it. If we close the parking, we get nothing. So my feeling is, I appreciate the good work that you're doing. I know that you're making the best efforts on behalf of the city in order to try to resolve this. But at the same time, I don't think we're compromised in any way by letting the parking go forward. And hopefully in the next 2 weeks, we can get the counteroffer put together and submitted to the city. And maybe we'll even know more about it at our next meeting. But you guys
I respectfully disagree, Mayor. The first rule of negotiating is not to negotiate against yourself, and apparently I'm negotiating against my colleagues instead of negotiating against the client on the other side of the table. So
No,
I would hope you would recognize that. I'll use Seinfeld. Okay. We have no hand here, okay? This is the only hand we've got. Let's not give it away. We don't turn our cards over and give it away prior to getting to a point where we can work together. We have not made progress for a reason. There's no incentive for them to make progress for a reason, because at the end of the day, the longer this gets delayed, the better it is for the team.
Well, and the longer it's delayed, we're not prejudiced in any way. Their claim is for us to.
So what happens if they don't give us a counteroffer in 2 weeks? What do?
We continue with the process.
And then we wait another month and another month, and then we go into 2025 and we're still negotiating, and then they get another season out of it, because their goal is to get this through to 2026 when they are done with Freedom Park.
But how is it hurting us?
Because my park doesn't get built, Mayor.
Oh, no, that's a whole other
Oh,
issue.
no, it's not. This is all intertwined. And if you don't see that, Mayor, you're being disingenuous.
The park is going to get done. The park isn't even fully designed yet.
We're at 60%. We're moving in 90%. And they, Tom, if I may.
Is that a sidebar? What is that?
Sidebar conversation with my attorney.
Yes, a sidebar.
So I want to make sure I can say this, because this has already been stated in public. The team is of the opinion and has expressed this, that we do not have the right to design the park and move forward with its construction without their approval, which they are withholding. So I reject categorically your statement that we can move forward and the team is on board with us. That is not the case. And so I'm not inclined to give them any benefit of any doubt at this point while they are summarily rejecting the terms of the comprehensive agreement that allow me to move forward, build this park in my district, which they have been waiting for years for.
Okay, so the progress of the park is not going to be delayed by extending the parking till the end of the year. We all know that. The process continues. The design aspect continues. And the park is not going to, we're not going to do the groundbreaking on the park by the end of this year. It's not intended to do that. So so you're saying that this becomes a bargaining chip in negotiations. It would if our process with the park has been stopped, but it has not stopped. It continues to happen. The clause in the comprehensive agreement, which says that they must approve any design to the park, has not been invoked by them yet because we have not yet presented a final design to them.
We have presented them with the designs, Mayor.
A preliminary design.
No, 60% design.
But it's not the final design.
So your suggestion is, and I have to wait till I'm at 100% design. I'm going out to bid before they have an opportunity to object to the design. That is.
I think that's what the comprehensive agreement says.
I don't think so. I will say this.
Tell me.
This is the district in my park. My residents are the ones who are impacted by the traffic, by the parking situation, by the failure of the parties to get this done in a timely manner. And I am simply asking my colleagues to respect the fact that I'm the district commissioner. This is the signature park in District 1, and I am in the best position to try and get this forward in a spirit of partnership and collaboration if I don't give away everything I have before I sit down at the table with them.
Okay.
So I will leave it at that.
But I just want to say one thing. If we don't give them the parking, your district is going to suffer immeasurably because people are going to park all over the place.
Then we'll have code enforcement out there, and we'll tow the
Good luck
cars.
with that. We don't have an army. We have a couple
I'm
of
sure
people.
Westway would love to be out there every night. They'll make a fortune.
Okay. Does anyone else have any comments?
I do.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I think this would be a case of cutting off your nose to spite your face if we did not extend this parking through December. I agree with Senator Smith. Two separate issues here. I just don't think it's a smart choice. And I don't think that this parking issue here is what's gotten us to this point. I actually blame both parties for this delay. Let me ask you guys, when was the last mediation session before the one that just took place?
2 weeks ago, last Thursday.
3 weeks
No,
ago.
2 weeks ago you had a mediation? When was the one before that?
3
I
weeks
think he went before that.
Wasn't there a rather long gap?
Yes.
Well, how long was that gap? Months. I blame both parties. I do. I don't know why we're not pushing as much as we hope you're pushing. To me, I don't understand why mediation just did not happen it was at least 3 months, I think, 4 months.
It's been a while.
A long time in between. So that's not acceptable. But let me just remind everyone, this to me is not just a district issue among 4 districts. This is a city issue that is also going to impact us around the world. I will tell you that more than 65,000 people just watched a game in New England because of Messi. This team gets attention no matter what you do. I do not want to see the world come down on Fort Lauderdale because we're going to create an SHIT show by removing parking for the second half of this year. I'm just not ready to deal with that. I think we can go ahead. I think we can extend the parking through this year. Unfortunately, the expiration of the parking is only through June, which only got us through half the season. The parking actually should have been extended originally throughout the season. That would have been a much more sensible cutoff date for the parking, because then they would have run concurrently. But we didn't do that, and now we find ourselves halfway through the season, and what are we going to do about parking? I would implore both sides to just get this done. I'm looking forward to seeing the plan get through the 90% and then come back. But I think it's just a bad move for us business-wise, community-wise, PR-wise, district-wise, city-wise, to withhold this parking at this point in time. It's going to create a lot more of a problem than it is going to solve anything. That's all.
All right. Anyone else? Commissioner Beasley Pittman, do you have any thoughts on this? I'm sorry?
No comments.
No comments. Commissioner Sturman, do you have any thoughts on this?
When this first came up, and Dean and John, you two, I think, were the ones that negotiated this. John was going to say no, and reluctantly he said, okay, we'll extend it for 3 months as long as we have meaningful progress. I think at first it was 1 month, and then he went to 3 months, and Dean goes, please, make it 6 months. And Dean goes, okay, we'll give 6 months meaningful progress, and we'll have mediation. And so this went to 6 months, and apparently we're still where we were 6 months ago. Tom, you said that we could bring this up next meeting.
Yes.
We could easily, I mean, this thing expires in June.
You have time before the parking?
Okay, this expires in June. Here's my thought. I would encourage you in the next 2 weeks to get that offer to John, so that way when we take it up in 2 weeks, we could approve it. It's my thought. I would encourage you to speak to your client, get an offer in 2 weeks, so in 2 weeks we could bring this up and take it up. That's my thought.
So what action would you want us to take today, then?
Delay it for 2 weeks, give them a chance to put the offer in, and then we could take it up then.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
From the client.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Again, we're talking two separate issues, and I would respectfully disagree with the district commissioner. We're at mediation because we have to come to some conclusion about the park. The park is going to be built. The park is going to be, I mean, you're on the record, everyone.
We all agree on the park is going to be built. I think it's the question is who's paying for what, right?
Correct. And so we can go to court and decide that, worst case scenario, we come back and we say zero, everything. We go to court, park gets built, and this is how much we're going to pay, how much you're going to pay on the park. Park's going to be built. This is an entirely separate issue. Parking for the rest of a great season, making the city of Fort Lauderdale look great, is separate from the park getting done. We're going to be at mediation. We're going to either agree to something or come to an impasse and have to go to court on it and do something. So the park's going to get done. I think the issue was made earlier, just cutting off the nose to spite the face. What you're going to do is cut off the nose of $200,000 into the city's coffers when it's going to get done anyway. It's not whether it's going to get done next week or the week after. It's going to get done. Now, are you willing to cut off the $200,000 in parking for visitors from all over South Florida, city's team, or not?
How many people attending a game now?
How many people?
20,000?
More.
More than 20,000 attending every game.
Can I ask a question? So how much are you currently charging per car out there?
I don't know the answer
I've
to
heard
that.
$70 a car. Does that sound about right?
It does not.
That's what I've been told. So we get $10 a car. So you get the first 100 cars free. We get $10 a car. You guys are collecting $60, $70 a car. And so really, you're making a ton of money off this.
I can tell you this, Commissioner, I don't know how much they charge.
I
I'm
get
not
complaints
involved
that you
in
guys are gouging people left and right up there on this lot. So you're making a boatload of money. That's why you want to continue this.
I will say this. We've offered to turn the parking over to the city and let the city run it, because for us, there's a tremendous amount of This is what I do know. I don't know what the numbers are exactly. I know there's a tremendous amount of cost in employees and police officers and traffic management. And from an Inter Miami perspective, the parking is not about money. I know that multiple offers have been made to the city. If you want to run the parking field and make all the money yourself, they would be more than happy with that.
Well, let's continue that conversation, because I just heard an allegation that you're gouging the residents on parking. So who can speak to how much money, Ben, how much money is the city taking in on parking?
So I'll confirm what Commissioner Herbst said. Right now, the agreement provides Inter Miami with 100 parking spaces at no charge. That was primarily for media or non-paid customers, and then it's $10 per car thereafter.
So how much have we been collecting?
So the exhibit for this presentation shows that from January to April, and again, they weren't that active in January, but from January to April that the city collected or will collect around $175,000.
In 4 months in an inactive period. Right, the season starts in May. That's my point. And we're coming into the second half of the season, and I would remind everyone that right now we're in first place. So attendance is not going to decrease. I'm just saying again, I think we're cutting off our nose to spite our face. I'm not sure about the allegations about the gouging. I'd have to find out. So what are our costs? Do we have any costs at all in terms of management, traffic, police, security?
Right now, no. Our operation is just limited to this lease and collecting the revenue.
And we collect the revenue.
However, if we did operate on our own, we would have some operational costs. About a year ago, we went out and we looked for a parking operator in case this situation occurred. And we actually, I think the commission approved a contract, but we never entered into it with the operator. So there are a lot of operational aspects on the back end that if the conversation would be the city to operate, I don't think that we have the resources in the current state, but we'd have to onboard some.
So we really would probably not want to take this on ourselves anyway.
I think it would take a build-up period, and it would be challenging for us to get an agreement in place before June 30th.
Fine. Thank you.
To follow up on that, though, I remember having a conversation with Ben, and I do believe that you thought it would be worth it. The cost to do it on our own was not going to be. We weren't going to see a return on it, and I think you opted not to do it, and you just rather collect the money.
That's correct. It would be extremely challenging, especially with the maintenance of traffic and the off-duty police officers, things like that.
Right. Security.
But it's not impossible. I think if we would make that decision, just have to be a ramp-up period for us to get the contract and an external vendor in place.
Okay.
Stephanie and John, both of you guys, has this been discussed before, the option of us taking over parking?
It has, but as Ben pointed out, from a operational perspective, the city doesn't have the staff currently to take this over, so we would have to go out for an RFP to find an operator to undertake this.
And it wasn't cost effective.
And by the time we go through the process, it'll be like
the season will be over again.
That'll be the 2028 season at that point.
Probably at the rate at which we move. Yeah.
So
Freedom Park will be opened, and they won't be playing here anymore.
So Senator and Stephanie, do we know the revenues, or do we know if there is actually a profit for the team in terms of the parking? Is the parking cost effective for the team?
I have not dug into the numbers, so my information may be from last season, but it was not a net profit to the team. It was an amenity for the residents that attend the games, but it was not, parking was not a net profit for the team. It was never about money.
Okay, thank you.
So what do you
If I
recommend?
may, though, I think historically when we've had this conversation before, that was pretty messy, and the parking rates were substantially lower. So as I understand it, as I have heard from people that have been going to the games, that currently the parking rates are substantially higher, just like the ticket prices are substantially higher. So we have pre-messy and we have post-messy.
You may be correct. I can't represent that. I know
No,
those
that's okay.
numbers.
I'm just saying I never got any complaints from people about parking out there prior to Messi joining the team.
I do know that as you get closer to the stadium,
today.
if you park in the lot,
And we should be
it's
proud
more
of that.
expensive.
We should be proud of that. We should own that. You know?
I wish we could own Fort Lauderdale Stadium
Well,
instead of everybody else's stadium, so
All right.
that when you have a picture of the stadium, when everybody, these millions of people are watching the game, they'd actually know it was in Fort Lauderdale, but they don't.
They do. Whenever I see anything on television, it always says right underneath Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
And whenever I see anything, it's always, hey, here's Messi in Miami. Messi going to dinner in Miami. Messi doing this in Miami. Messi loves Miami.
You're watching the wrong channel.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'd like to know what you watch.
That's Univision.
So with all the discussion that we have now, where are we? What direction?
Well, we need to.
I still think we should just defer this until we get the offer back from the team. This is a matter of waiting 2 weeks. Nothing is going to change. We can review this at the next meeting and we can see where we stand. Again, I want an offer from the team. I need them to be incentivized to bring an offer back. Right now, they are dragging their feet. I get it. It's a great tactic. No disrespect to you. You're all doing a phenomenal job. If I was on the other side, I'd be delaying too, because delay works to you, not to me. So let's postpone this for 2 weeks. As a district commissioner, I'm asking for that from my colleagues.
Senator, what does that do? You had mentioned before about notifying the ticket holders about parking passes.
Yes, we have
Tell me more about
passes.
that timeline.
So parking passes for the rest of the season must go out soon. And so we got to print up those parking passes, offer them to the season ticket holders, and give them those passes for the rest of the season. If we don't have parking, we can't do parking passes for the rest of the season. By delaying us, delaying really does nothing for the city or for us. I mean, either it's done now or it's not done. So a two-week delay for the city, maybe, okay, we get an offer back, you reject the offer, and we're still at the same spot.
That was going to be my next comment. So I'm thinking ahead, and I'm thinking exactly what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
If in 2 weeks we come back and we are in the same exact position, what are we going to do? Are we going to deny? Are we going to say, oh, no parking? So that's why I am in favor right now of extending this and just getting this over with and concentrating on mediation and concentrating on getting this deal done. It just makes sense from every single angle that I can think of. It makes sense to just extend this through the season and deal with everything else. I agree with you. These are two separate issues, and I don't see them related.
Well, plus we get hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars from parking revenue. Again, I've said it 4 times, we're cutting off our nose to spite our face if we don't extend this parking agreement.
Well, all I can say is I'm glad you two are not negotiating on behalf of the city.
Okay.
Well, never mind. I'm not going to go there because I see how well those negotiations are going right now.
I'll poll the commission. I agree with the vice mayor. We have nothing to lose by continuing with it. Maybe in principle, according to Commissioner Herbst, it changes our position, but I don't think it does. I just think the continuation of it does not put the city in any prejudicial position. If anything, we gain from letting the parking continue. So, Commissioner Sturman, what are your thoughts?
I'm going to back the district commissioner. I think that 2 weeks, maybe that'll give incentive to get an offer on the table. And hopefully we could get, the whole key was to get the mediation moving. And I think hopefully in a 2 week span, if you need parking quicker, you'll be motivated to get a response back.
All right, Commissioner Beasley Pittman, what do you think? What are your thoughts?
I'm really at a place with this because understanding overall what this is going to look like with the city if there's no parking. And if you recall before, that was one of my comments. How do we deal with not supplying the parking at such a large national, international events that we're offering in our city? And at the same time, I do understand how this has been a challenge to get to the point. And I'm just at a loss to understand why we're not at a point. But at the same time, with the overall view, I'm always saying for the city, we need to do what's best for the city. And for that reason, I'm going to say that we go ahead and allow in Miami to go ahead with the parking passes because of the look for the city. And then I am hoping that we move forward, and in 2 weeks we have a date, a resolve moving forward to bring this to an end. I only been here, 16 months? And this has been the conversation 16 months. So for the betterment and for the city's outlook, I'm going to vote in this direction.
Okay. All right. So the majority agrees to extend it to the end of the year. And Ben, if you
Does the
could-
city manager need anything from us tonight or any action?
Let me make a suggestion. If we're going to do that, let's at least look at increasing what we charge. Because again, I think $10 a car. What do we charge, Ben, for normal special events? Isn't that $20 a car? $30 a car. So we charge $30 a car for everybody else when we have a special event like Tortuga or everybody else. So
But
I
there
would
are
suggest
costs
if we're going,
associated with that.
I would suggest if we're going to do that, we charge the same thing that we charge everybody else, $30 a car. And look, let's make if we want to make this lucrative, which is what seems to be everybody's concern here, let's make it lucrative.
But John,
it's not my concern.
No. You all just said about how much money we need to get and what we're going to lose
No, but
and everything
there are
else.
costs
So I'm agreeing with you
associated with that
100%.
$30.
Let's charge $20 a car then.
Okay. I don't know the number, but I'm just saying.
Well, no. Let's be consistent here, folks. You said that we need all this money, and you need to do this, and it has to get done because of the revenue that we're going to lose to the city. So
No,
fine.
that's not.
So,
That's
yeah, you
not the
said that several
reason.
times,
No, that's
repeatedly.
part of the reason,
We
but not
can't
the
afford to
reason.
lose
Not the reason.
$175,000.
No, you're putting
so
words in our
let's
mouth.
charge a reasonable amount of money. Let's charge $20 a car.
No.
Let's see if we could all be consistent then in your philosophy.
Well, we need some backup on that to see the numbers and the data. We can't just off the top of our head just shoot from the hip. Right now, the only thing in front of us on this agenda was the city manager is looking for direction in terms of extending the parking through the end of the year. That's what's in front of us. That
Good point. We can get that data in the next 2 weeks.
We can have that conversation.
How does this sound? It looks like there's a consensus to extend.
Yes.
And I respect that. Okay, so I'll support that. But can we come back in 2 weeks to decide what the number is?
All right, but before we do that, Ben, can I ask you a question? When we do charge, you say $30 a car for Tortuga. Does the city make money on that?
Yeah, so we receive the revenue and we also incur the expenses.
So what's the net revenue to the city?
So I know
it's a difficult question to answer on your feet like now, but do we make money out of the $30?
Yes, we make money on the event rates to balance the supply and the demand. It's hard to say for like Tortuga and the boat show because they rent out a lot of spaces for their operational needs. So it's hard for me to give you a number, but I would say in my past year's experience with Inter Miami, they did share some of their operating costs. And back at that time when the rate was, I think, around $30 a space that they were charging,
right.
It was close to a break-even model with all their operating costs. To Commissioner Herb's point, they are charging, I think, $50 per vehicle at this point. So there could be some room there if there was an appetite from the Commission to raise the rate. But again, I don't think that they are, as Ms. Toothaker represented, I don't think they're making a huge profit here. I think it's a break-even or...
I mean, I would consider the increase. I don't see how that's going to compromise anybody. So
Okay, so we could go ahead and agree to extend to December, and we'll bring back in 2 weeks what the exact number will be. How does that sound?
I don't know whether we decide it tonight or in 2 weeks. It doesn't matter. We don't have any data.
Well, tonight we don't know. Tonight we can't decide the number tonight, but we could look at the number.
Well, I don't mind deciding the number tonight. I just don't. But as long as we are moving forward on extending it, and then we can figure out the number. But I'm not an objection to the $20 a car, especially since this.
Well, here's the other question, and Steffi, maybe you could answer this. Or is there one price per car? Or is there like preferred and 100 and then it's in the 70 and then 50 depending on how far you go?
I think it's more expensive in the VIP spaces.
Correct. So it's
that's the lot that they built.
Right.
That's adjacent to the stadium, and then I think you've got other much less desirable parking as it goes further
So there's
out.
several layers of cost. So that one size doesn't fit all. So maybe it'd have to be an average, and you look at that and just come off of there.
But Ben, what does our agreement say? Do we care whether it's a VIP lot or are we just getting a flat dollar per car?
So there's multiple agreements and multiple parking areas. The VIP area that Ms. Toothaker was talking about has nothing to do with this agreement. It's the paved parking that is adjacent to the stadium. On this agreement, we originally started out years ago at a $6 rate, and then there was a break point where it went up to an $8 rate. And that was as the team built and grew to try to generate that demand. This year, we had a new parking agreement. Again, there's 100 spaces that are just no charge.
Get that part, yeah.
Right, and then it's $10 per vehicle. So we kind of streamlined it and made it more easy for accounting and the auditing purposes.
You want to say 20 and that's it?
I'm good with 20.
Okay.
I think we need to move this on, move this forward.
Mr. Mayor, instead of $20, can we have that in 2 weeks, have that discussion in 2 weeks in which we can give you a breakdown of what we're charging and what it costs.
I go
Because
either way.
You want to do that?
It's fine with that. That's fine with me.
Okay.
But we're moving forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We'll do that. We'll figure it out at the next meeting, but
Sure.
we're moving forward.
I want to thank the mayor and commissioners, the district commissioner. We hear you loud and clearly. We will endeavor to bring you something for your consideration.
And Steph, look, we all want to, we're all on the same, quote, team here. We want to move forward. So,
Okay.
I mean, working together.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ben.
Mr. Mayor, just to summarize, I'm going to start working on an amendment with my counterpart at Inter Miami that get that process going, and then we'll just have a placeholder for the dollar figure where we can get direction from the commission at the next meeting.
After you show us what their operational costs are and see if there's any room, I mean, if they charge 50 or they charge 60, I don't think that's going to impact the demand for it.
Okay.
So,
Could
there's no
we
reason
have the
why
auditor
we
take a look
can't
at
make
that
more
too?
money on this. What?
Could we have the auditor look at that too? If we're going to be presented with financial information, I'd like the auditor to kind of vet that for
Chime
us.
in on it? Okay.
Yeah, we should never get any financial information presented to the city that the city auditor doesn't review.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. So I just want to, again, be very clear that this agreement doesn't get approved by the commission. It's the authority of the city manager. So that's why I'm reiterating to this point that we'll start negotiations or start drafting that amendment with my counterparts at Inter Miami. We'll get some additional financial information that we'll share with the auditor. We'll have the amendment draft ready for the next meeting, and we'll just have a placeholder on what that dollar figure looks like.
Okay, great. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Smith. Thank you, Stephanie. Moving on to business 6, codes of conduct for commissioners and appointed members of city boards and committees. Susan.
Well, actually, this is the city attorney's office.
This was requested by Commissioner Glassman some months ago. I brought it to you probably about 2 months ago with some ideas and copies of other ordinances from other Florida cities. We then drafted 2 ordinances, one as a code of conduct for the commission, one for boards and committees, which are drafts of ordinances in your packet to look at and discuss. I know I've heard from one elected he'd like to see some more things in there, and that's why I'm here to get direction from you all as to what you'd like to see to change these in any respect. Then we will bring them back as ordinances for the next meeting.
All right, so you gleaned from other cities, other municipalities, that various aspects of a code of conduct. I assume this is not, this is all taken from other cities.
It's actually cobbled together from about 7 different cities.
Okay.
And
right.
It's a variety, but again, it's both for electeds and for their boards.
Okay. I mean, I read it. I hope everybody had a chance to go over it. I don't see any problem with it. Anyone have any comments on it?
Well, Mayor, I just wanted to ask the city attorney. He said that I requested bringing this forward. I don't think I did.
It was late fall last year. You said I'd like to see a code of conduct for the boards, I think was the original one.
Well, no, I actually remember saying, I don't think I did that, but I did say if we're going to do it for the commission, I said I think we need to also do it for boards and committees.
Okay.
Okay,
but
whatever. Okay.
Just a point of...
I might have been the one that did that.
Just a point of clarification.
You might be correct.
Okay. Well, someone on here.
I think it was me.
Okay. I didn't think it
Does
up myself.
Does that sound right?
Okay. All right. So I think it looks pretty complete and comprehensive. Does anyone have any other thoughts or comments or modifications with regard to the recommendation?
I do.
Okay.
I'm fine with the one that was presented, the ordinance for the city commission. Although I do want to make sure for the city attorney on section, well, I guess the sections aren't numbered, but on the page 2 of 3,
yep.
There's the end of letter E and letter F. So it looks like if someone is found to violate this code by a 4/5 vote, the city commission can then censure or reprimand, right? That would be the consequence?
That's correct.
I just want to make sure that that's the same consequence that would apply to E or F if there are frivolous accusations made, personal attacks, and that someone is furthering frivolous claims against a colleague. That it doesn't mention, but I'm assuming that still has the same consequence?
That's the intent, and I'll clarify that if it's not clear.
You're taking all the fun out of being up here.
Okay. Thank you. And then I did think that the language for the boards and committees could be a bit stronger. I would just ask the city attorney to look at perhaps, well, the language that the city, and this is another question, because the language that the city attorney provided us from the other cities, there are several cities that actually have language prohibiting lobbyists from serving on boards, and it has language that says if you do business with third parties or you represent third parties, that you can't serve on boards and committees. I know that we're not addressing that at all, but I think at some point in time we should look at what those other cities do. In particular, the language in Miami Beach is very strong. But I also think that our language has to be stronger with regards to the boards and committees. If you look at, for instance, City of Cape Canaveral as an example, it's very specific where if you're a member of a board or a committee, that you will refrain from language that's malicious, threatening, slanderous, disparaging, mean-spirited against city officials, including elected officials. I think we should look at that. And also, there's just one more point I wanted to make. And I apologize for losing my train of thought, but I can come back to it. But that I found to be stronger than the language that we actually have that you've presented to us in the second ordinance. Oh yes, I do remember what I was going to say. Just to be really clear, so it doesn't come back as an issue later on. Nowhere in these ordinances, especially with regards to boards and committees, City Attorney, does it say task force. So I don't want someone to think that if you're on a task force, that this would not apply to you. So I would request that you add the word task force where it says boards and committees. This way, I think that would cover everybody, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll do that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, anyone have any questions or comments?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding section 1, when it's talking about the commission code of conduct and not being able to, the commission agrees to be, I'm sorry, I lost my space here. This is so much here.
Tired here.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to make sure is conveyed as well, that we, the commission, also extend that same code of conduct pertaining to those members who are on boards and committee members and advisory boards. I see here where it's lined here in A that we will demonstrate dignity, respect, etc., to fellow city commissioners, city manager, city attorney staff, and citizens of the city. I think that should also say not only citizens, but those who are on those boards. That's not being, to me, that's not being highlighted.
Okay.
So that should, in my opinion, that needs to be included in this document as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Point well taken. Any other comments? Did you want to say something, Commissioner
There's a
Sterling?
question that came up when we were discussing this. Technically, and this might be more towards Tom, but Dean, you're an attorney, or you play one on TV. But technically, we're employees of the city. Is that? I mean, we're elected officials, but we also are employees of the city. Is that right, Tom? We are.
You are, but we had this discussion recently, and I explained to you that the fact that you're.
Oh, Tom, could you get a little closer to the mic?
Yeah, we talked about this when we had our discussion. Even though you are technically employees because you receive paychecks from the city, you're subject to the Code of Ethics from Chapter 112 Florida Statutes, the Office of Inspector General County Ethics Code. So your role is different than what the employees are. They're not subject to that. So the city's ethics, so-called, the different things that apply to their code of conduct don't apply to you.
Oh, so it's basically, so even though the city as a whole, every employee has a certain, like whatever, discrimination or behavior they have for every employee, we're not bound by that as employees.
It doesn't apply to you because you have things that are much higher level than that.
Okay, let me ask you another discussion that popped through. How about, they mentioned boards, committees, and all of them. Are those people bound by the city's, and they're not employees, are they bound by the city's code of ethics already or not?
The boards, no.
Okay, because they're not employees at all.
But they are bound by some of the Florida statutes and the county ethics code.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
Okay, I have a few people who signed up to speak. Vanessa Apotheker, Bill Brown, and Jackie Scott. Is Vanessa here still? Did Vanessa leave? Okay, sorry, Vanessa. Bill, and then Jacqueline Scott.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, and newly interim city manager. Bill Brown, president of the Central Beach Alliance. I commend you for openly having this discussion. It's much overdue, as I heard the city attorney mentioned briefly, but I would also encourage you to look at a couple other things. I support the boards and committees, as I said on those, but also as far as the commissioners, I think it needs to be extended to a little further, and that would include the commissioner's staff members. Oftentimes, the staff of the commissioner's office are there representing the commissioner, and they're introduced as representing the commissioner or that office. So I would encourage you to look at that possibility. And I know it was mentioned about lobbyists serving on boards or in commissions, and it's not going to be, it's been discussed in the past, and there was not a clear consensus on that. But I think you're going to be taking some action at the next meeting of the CRA that clearly shows the need for that when you're having to pull an agenda item because there is a conflict of a lobbyist being involved with a piece of business. I clearly think, based on Miami Beach's ordinance about lobbyists, and I've reviewed that, I think you strongly need to take another look and reconsider that. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Bill, hold up for 1 second. Again, Tom, this has come up before. People that work for us, now this is another category, they are city employees and they're bound by the city's code of conduct.
That is correct.
That's different. And the other thing is they don't interact between us. They don't interact with other city commissioners, so they would not necessarily be bound by the code of conduct that we have amongst ourselves. I think they would be bound by the city's code of conduct for employees.
That is correct, and they would have the different things that apply if you violate city codes.
Okay.
The city codes would be the things for discipline.
Yeah. Well, Bill, it was actually a good question because we had looked at that ourselves, but thank you.
Okay, so the city code for city employees is pretty much the language mirrors.
It covers things, all kinds of things, sexual harassment, the disciplinary things, for a variety of things for regular city employees, and those people are regular city employees.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jacqueline Scott?
Thank you, mayors and commissioners. I do also think this is a very important topic, and I can tell you I've had tremendous personal experience with chief of staff who treat you unprofessionally, cut you off, don't let you speak at a meeting, don't let you speak at a town hall, and it's discriminatory towards the neighborhood that you're representing that you're not able to speak. So chief of staff has to really be looked at as the arm of the commissioner, and they should not be able to treat people this way. I mean, you talk about a code of conduct. I think a commissioner's chief of staff should not engage in discriminatory, selective enforcement of communication, recognition, rules during a pre-agenda or other meetings that ultimately deny certain people the ability to be recognized and give their opinion. And this is a huge problem in District 4. I'm being honest with you. I don't know, I actually researched, and maybe Susan, you know, I researched within the city's HR. They sent me what the rules are, and there's nothing really in there to prevent city staff from not behaving that way. So I think that's something that needs to be looked at. But I really encourage you to make sure that we let them know they can no longer behave like this. Even in board meetings, some of the chairs are just so obnoxious and they get away with it. So this is really important. But I wanted to put that on the record. Vanessa would have put more experience on the record. I'm surprised Bill didn't tell more stories. But this is kind of the shenanigans that are going on. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Well, regarding District 4...
I have a question. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Regarding District 4, and anybody who's been to my town halls know, we have town halls and public outreach, and the one thing that I do say is we need to have respect and treat everybody with dignity and wait their turn, give everybody equal say, and we simply enforce that. We make sure that everybody has has equal say, everybody has input, and community at large, and they treat everybody with respect. So I agree, we do need to have, not just myself and the staff, but everybody that participates has to be respectful for everybody. And that's something that we really stick with in our meetings. Okay, Pam, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Thank you. Going back to the comment I've heard a couple times about lobbyists working on the boards, being assigned to the boards, is this going to also cover advisory and committees? Those have different terms, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we're going to say no lobbyists on board, I believe that it should be consistent. Whatever we do, it should be across the board.
I agree.
So we just can't say, oh, no lobbyists on boards. If we're going to do this, take it consistently across our opportunity for those who are participating in these committees, advisory boards.
So committees, boards, task force.
Task force.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I think that's the intent.
And that way it'll be fair.
Okay.
But we're not dealing with that issue, right?
But several people have come up and made that
No,
statement.
but there's still ongoing conversations.
It's ongoing
with regard
conversation,
to the
so I'm
charter,
adding to the ongoing.
Okay.
Oh, I got you. No, I agree with that wholeheartedly. Yes.
Because I think it's relevant with regard to the charter. So when we revisit the charter changes, we can certainly bring it up at that time. Yes, Bill.
And we have plenty of other cities' language that we can look at.
Yes, Bill.
Commissioner Pittman brings up an excellent point, and I think the key could be registered lobbyists with the city of Fort Lauderdale that does business with the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, I mean, if
you
you're
don't
a
want
lobbyist,
every lobbyist throughout the state.
You're a lobbyist for
Right.
Oakland Park. I mean,
Right.
it doesn't matter. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Bill, can I ask you one question? It's the same one I brought up before. So what about people that hire lobbyists? So what about people that hire lobbyists? So we have a lot of folks in the city that will hire a lobbyist to represent them, and they also sit on city boards. So if a lobbyist is corrupt in the process, if you will, do people that hire lobbyists become tainted by that same corruption, or are they okay?
Well, let's take an example.
No. I'm asking Bill. I'm not asking you,
okay.
Mayor.
Well,
Thank
let
you.
me give you an example.
I don't want you to give me. I want Bill to respond. Bill's raising the issue. I want Bill to respond to me. Thank you, Mayor. I don't need you to help him. He's perfectly capable of answering questions. He's pretty good.
But I don't even understand the question.
It was very clear.
No, it's not very clear. I
Sure
don't
it was.
understand your question, so I wanted to put it in context.
So let me say it again. So we have developers in this town who sit on boards who hire lobbyists who lobby on their behalf in front of the city commission.
Okay.
So if we are saying that being a lobbyist because you get paid to lobby in front of the city is somehow making you suspect, then I'm saying, how about all these, folks who are an important part of the fabric of our community who sit on our boards who hire lobbyists? Are they also suspect now, or is it just the lobbyists that's suspect? I want to get to the heart of your
microphone.
At least it gives another arm's length from that individual that you're referencing, in this case a developer, that hires a lobbyist. If they sit on a board, there's an arm's length between that hired lobbyist that they have.
They have a proxy speaking on their behalf, so that's the arm's length transaction that makes them independent?
There's more of a transparency there in that arm's length.
Okay.
Right. And it's not as direct as, well, which master do you serve? When you have, if you read all of the cities that prohibit lobbyists from serving on boards and committees, the language is very clear because they basically say you have an inherent conflict of interest. You can't serve the city's best interest if you're also a lobbyist or a campaign manager, or you have vested interest. You make money on that. And you're right, Bill. We have an issue that's being deferred in our CRA board meeting today because we've run into an issue like that. So that's exactly what happened.
Well, no, it's not quite, because what we're talking about is you're talking about people who have a vested interest in the outcome, and that would be, I don't know, any business owner in the city that's lobbying or that owns a business and voting on issues that relates to development and things like that. I mean, basically anybody along Las Olas or places like that.
No.
Or at the beach, folks who sit on the CRA board and are developing property at the beach, like, they would have a conflict of interest too, right?
No.
No, okay, good. I'm glad you straightened that out.
There is no CRA board on the beach anymore, but
But we had one for years, and we had property owners on there who had significant business interests, and so I'm just glad that that's not an independence problem. I'm glad we clarified.
But I stand behind the statement I said earlier. At least you have another layer or arm's length of transparency and be able to scrutinize those positions if a conflict were to occur. Or
All right,
directly
so-
with the
Mayor,
lobby.
you had something. I'm curious.
Let me just say something. Okay, so if I could now use an example, okay, since I'm talking to you, let's say, for example, Stiles Corporation, who wants to do business in the city of Fort Lauderdale, and who comes to the commission from time to time to seek approval on a building, okay, would they be permitted to, would the president of Stiles be permitted to sit on an advisory board or a committee? And the question is, or only their lobbyists would be precluded?
Only their lobbyists would be precluded because they would be registered with the clerk's office, and most CEOs that I know do not register themselves as a lobbyist.
Right, but I'm just saying, in terms of their personal interest, if they choose not to hire a lobbyist, then just go directly themselves to advocate on their own behalf for their best interests, do you have to have a lobbyist? And sometimes lobbyists don't always register. And so that wouldn't be a good defining requirement either, because some people act as lobbyists and neglect to register. So it has to be better defined, I think.
Yeah. But it's a start.
Okay.
And we also have to have stronger enforcement toward positions like that, understand how they have to recuse themselves from votes.
Okay, got it.
Exactly.
All right,
Thank
very
you.
good. Thank you, Bill. All right, moving on, we have city commission reports. So, wow, it's only 4:15 and we have city commission reports? Yeah, I know. Commissioner Herbst, do you have a report? All right, we'll go to Vice. I keep calling you Vice. Commissioner B.
That's a
you wanna
beautiful
go ahead,
ring
John?
to it. Are you ready, John, for?
No comment.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to first thank you for this time for the report time. I do have several things I want to share.
Sure.
I want to bring to the city's attention the wife of the former assistant city manager, one of the former assistant city managers, Jamo Hill. His wife, Eva Mosby Hill, passed away. And he was one of the assistant managers in 1973 for a long period of time. And sharing with the city, asking for us overall to keep them in your thoughts, rendering prayers for them. Also, 70-year resident, also a 44-plus decade educator of our city, Miss Eddie Lee Ingram Bell. She passed away. An advocate, one who's just loved children and educated and was just there for many years. She taught at Dillard Elementary at one point, Walker Elementary, Lauderdale, and also Plantation Park. So we're asking prayers overall for the Hills and the Bells family, our city residents. Okay, some things that I'm asking for. I'm not going to go through the things that I've did this productive 2 weeks, but I'm going to ask for some assistance from items that I need. I'm asking for the commission overall to receive reports regarding our city PD and our fire department's vacancy. If we can get a monthly update on that so we can all be aware of where we stand with those vacancies. So Susan, I don't know, you would take care of that for me, but that is a request that I'm asking. Also, I have a request requested to have the city attorneys to attend a pending meeting that we're putting together for the Northwest section. The business owners on the 6 Trunk Corridor, they're asking for definition of some of the ordinance pertaining to noise, parking, and things of that matter. So I'm asking if we could make that happen, to have the city attorney to come with those ordinances that we will spell out, that those definitions can be given so everyone to understand the requirements of those ordinance.
Okay.
Also, I had a great conversation with PD, and in the conversation it was a conversation about our new buildings that are going up in our communities, those condominiums, living opportunities. Is there a way to update our ordinances to include a mandate of those new buildings to include a room, maybe like a 10-by-5 room for connectivity, to offer that ability to connect to our real-time crime unit opportunity? So if we can look into that. Also, what I would like to ask if Daphne Sandville, hey Daphne, how are you doing? I'm going to ask if she could give us an update regarding the progress on Good Jobs, Great Cities. Thank you, Daphne.
Press here. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Beasley Pittman, for allowing me to do this really brief summary on the Good Jobs, Great Cities initiative from the National League of Cities and the Department of Labor. Just as a little brief recap on what the program does, is it's a comprehensive effort aimed to enhance awareness, streamline recruitment, and provide robust training opportunities to attract and retain talent, specifically in the public works sector, in the city of Fort Lauderdale, but also in the Broward County region. We have several people sitting at the table. It's a collaborative effort with representatives from Broward County, the University of Florida, the Florida Water and Pollution Control Operators Association, Atlantic, Sheridan, and McFadder Technical Colleges, CareerSource, Junior Achievement, OIC, the Department of Labor, and our neighboring cities in Pompano and Lauderhill, as well as members from the Teamsters. And I probably left out somebody, but everybody is sitting at the table in order to create this initiative, which is a playbook in order to place people in those hard-to-place jobs. We're specifically looking in the public works sector, and hopefully in the future we're using this for transportation, healthcare, and other infrastructure programs. In January of 2024, the National League of Cities came to tour Five Ash, the Executive Airport, and also the River Oaks community, which included the collaborative discussion on goals, future programming, staff resources. An emphasis was placed on leveraging social media, hosting informational sessions, and partnering with educational institutions to attract and retain public works employees. So there have been several challenges that we have noticed, which is why we can't place those individuals in those jobs. Most of it has to do with retention with wage. Particularly certain cities, including Fort Lauderdale, don't offer a competitive wage. So while we can train them, we can't keep them. Another major challenge is to identify a governing agency to oversee the process. And when we talk about process, we talk about having a microsite that houses the directory of those jobs that are opening, training, HR, recruitment, and marketing. Just one microcosm, one centralized database that everybody can access in the region. There are not enough instructors to teach the live courses to obtain the various licenses. So there are some jobs that require specific licenses and certifications. However, there are not enough instructors at those technical colleges or at those universities in order for individuals who are interested in getting placed in those jobs. The lack of instructors mean there's a lack of courses in those classes. And there are another challenge that we're looking to provide recommendations for is how to entice individuals to be aware that these jobs exist. A lot of feedback that we've received is that Individuals don't know that these public sector jobs exist, the utilities workers, the engineering aspect of it. They just think it's cleaning up streets and that's it, that they don't realize that there are technical aspects to the public work sector. And then re-entrant individuals, so there are some HR challenges across the board that other cities, including the county, have realized, is that sometimes the opportunity for second chance individuals is not there. So they could be offered the job, however they fail the background check. So after several meetings, we look at those challenges. We have subcommittees to address those challenges. And one of those subcommittees is the recruitment and awareness. And the other one is training and employment initiatives. So those subcommittees have been meeting monthly. We actually had a meeting early this morning with both of them in order to come up with some additional recommendations. So by the end of the program, we'll be able to have a governing structure and a recommendation as to who should be that governing body to oversee the micro site in order for everybody to have access to those opportunities. So that is the update and what we've been doing for the past 6 to 8 months. And we'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Great. You just used up all Beasley Pittman's time, but that's okay.
So sorry.
I'm just kidding.
Just one thing, direction. You gave us update everything that has transpired. To be successful, what are the plans for the next step?
So in order to be successful, we're working with the National League of Cities to develop that governing structure plan.
Okay.
So we're slowly putting that together. So next steps would be to present you with that plan and get your feedback and approval on something that we can possibly implement with our human resources and public works departments.
Do we have, with the National League of Cities, do we have a target date to implement? Any direction with that?
I believe, I am blanking, I believe it is end of July, but I will double check and get back to you on that.
July of this year?
Yes.
Oh, sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for your time.
No problem.
Thank you. Is that it?
That concludes my
Okay,
time.
great. And thank you for that report, Daphne. Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Wednesday, May 8th, it was a great day in Sailboat Bend. We unveiled the Florida historical marker at the Rivermont Archaeological Site. That is part of the park space that we have dedicated through the Parks Bond. We had a nice crowd and a lot of good partners there from different associations, including the Neighborhood Association. So that was really terrific that we were able to dedicate that marker that day. On the 10th, Mayor, I joined you for the serene groundbreaking, 87 Isle of Venice, off of Las Olas Boulevard, a project that was supported by the neighborhood, rather small little boutique building of 8 units. That
start at $2 million a piece?
Do they?
Yes.
Welcome to District 2. It was, about 115 degrees in the shade that day?
It
That
was
just
very
a lovely
hot.
groundbreaking.
It was
and
very hot.
Enjoyed every moment of it.
It's a ground melting.
Ground melting. It was great. Obviously, this past weekend, Mother's Day weekend, Saturday and Sunday, the Fort Lauderdale Air Show. Actually, I think it's now called the Air Dot Show. I don't know. I keep asking.
What was that? That
I
was
don't
the
know.
sponsor.
Someone needs to. Ben,
Air Dot
maybe.
was the-
I don't know. Ben's still here. I keep forgetting to ask somebody why it said Air Dot Show.
I think that was the name of the company that sponsored.
Was that it? Yes? Here he comes. I forgot to always ask that question, why it was called the Air Dot Show this year.
I don't know.
I saw it just with a dot, then I saw the word dot spelled out.
Well, D-O-T.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone said, oh, that's the Department of Transportation. I said, no way.
Rufus.
Press here.
Press where it says press here.
There we go. All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. The name of the air show is Air DOT Show, and that's what they use throughout the eastern seacoast, if you will, where they go to other airports and other towns.
What does it stand
Why
for?
DOT?
I'm not sure why
Department
DOT.
of Transportation, maybe?
No.
But I could find out for sure.
I would love to know. A few people asked me. I said, I really don't know.
Okay, I can find out for you.
Well,
Okay,
neither
good.
do we.
No one knows. Even Rufus doesn't know.
Yeah.
We don't know why the mayor wasn't allowed an appointment on that board 10 years ago. That's okay. But thank you for that. It was it's always exciting to be there at that show on the beach, and I'll tell you, it was a little hairy on Sunday when two of the planes, those wings, actually touched, and they had to pause the show for a while. But luckily, everybody was okay. Two wings, yeah, and one of the routines, two planes actually had the wings touch, and they had to just stop at that point in the show on Sunday, take a little bit of a pause, and not continue that act. And of course,
you always fear that.
Yeah, well, it happened, but luckily everyone was okay, and the weather was incredible. Yes, so thank you for that. Monday, May 13th, I took a little tour and had a little preview of DC Alexander Park. I'll remind the commission, I think Commissioner Beasley Pittman, Mayor, the three of us were there when we had the groundbreaking for the DC Alexander Park about a year and a half ago. It took a few months to get the permits. If you haven't driven by or walked through, take a look. I know that they're pushing really hard for a July opening of the park, which is exciting. The structure looks amazing. It really does emulate a wave from across the street. Luckily not made of water, but it's exciting. I think when it's done, the landscaping and the children's play area, I think it's going to be a very popular spot.
Maybe we should turn it into a water slide.
No.
No, okay.
Thank you. Anyway, it was great, and I look back at some of the photos of the day when we were there for the groundbreaking, and it's amazing. A year and a half later, and before you know it, we'll be there for the ribbon cutting. Tuesday, May 14th, Sunrise Key, a very unique little neighborhood in District 2, actually for the whole city, because this neighborhood actually is a self-taxing district, and they have their improvement district. I attended their annual meeting. A very well-organized group of folks over there, very committed to doing whatever it takes. A little island of a neighborhood right adjacent to Victoria Park, a very, very unique neighborhood in our city. Tomorrow morning, I will be speaking to the students at Northside Elementary School for their career day. I'm looking forward to that. That's an amazing building. If you haven't seen it, it's probably our oldest school building in Fort Lauderdale. It dates back to about 1925. Northside Elementary, right behind Hot Dog Heaven. It almost looks like it was designed by like a Francis Abreu. It's Mediterranean revival. I don't really remember if anyone was ever able to figure out who the architect was, and I can't remember that at this moment. But I remember the first time I pulled up to that school a few years back, I said, wow, look at this school. It's great. Principal's been there for a while, and I'm looking forward to being with the kids tomorrow at Northside Elementary School. And then tomorrow evening we have a rather huge event. Tomorrow night we have the Huizinga Park groundbreaking, reimagining Huizinga Park. Thursday, May 23rd, we'll have a meeting of the District 2 presidents convening for our quarterly roundtable. This weekend we have the Great American Beach Party and the Walk of Fame induction ceremony on the beach as well. Then, of course, on Monday, the two ceremonies for Memorial Day. Just a comment, Mayor, if we could tonight, when we have our moment of silence, if we could remember Mary Celeste Dinnan. That's Maureen Dinnan's sister who recently passed away at the age of 89. She was one of Fort Lauderdale's pioneer women and also served as a teacher for more than 57 years, 30 of which were in the public schools, in Broward Public Schools. When she did retire from teaching after 57 years, the City of Fort Lauderdale Commission did proclaim Mary Celeste Dinnan Day in Fort Lauderdale. So I would ask that perhaps we remember her tonight during the moment of silence. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, great. Commissioner Sturman.
Vice Mayor, thank you for mentioning Mary. And actually, our hearts and prayers go out to her and her sister Maureen, who, both longtime educators, a valuable part of our community. Mr. Mayor, I'm usually very brief. This one's going to be moderately extended, and I do apologize, but a few things I do want to cover. So it's not going to be my quick hello, goodbye. I'll start with the easy ones. First, 4 things. I'll start with our new city manager. By the way, welcome, new city manager, Susan Grant.
Thank you.
Could you give us an update, or between you and the city attorney, just on 3 items that are what the status is? The P3 ordinance, the tree ordinance, and the noise ordinance. How are we doing bringing those forward? Or maybe that would be better for Tom.
I'm going to have to defer to Wayne on the P3, or Dwayne, he's here.
Dwayne.
Briefly, he can come up.
And Dwayne will defer to,
And you said P3, tree, and the third one was noise?
Yeah, those three.
Where's he going?
Oh, Chris, you're always welcome. Do you want to start? Go ahead, Chris. By the way, thank you very much at the town hall that we had today. And Tom and your staff, you were awesome. Thank you so much at the town hall in Harbor Inlet. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll handle the tree ordinance and the noise ordinance. So with the tree ordinance, we are looking to bring that to Planning and Zoning Board over the summer so that when you get back from break, hopefully we'll have that before you for consideration. The noise ordinance, we're in the process of looking at and applying some of the recommendations from the consultant that the Noise Advisory Committee had used. We're working through that process, and then we can bring that information back to the committee, and then they can determine what they want to bring back or recommend to come back to you with as an ordinance amendment.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. And Dwayne on the P3.
The P3 ordinance is still in the drafting stage. I attended a continuing legal education seminar for local government and county attorneys where some of those attorneys had some different point of views with regards to the implication of the recently passed state law. So we want to get additional feedback at the FMAA conference that we will be attending in July. With regards to those specific provisions and how it would impact our ordinance.
Okay, thank you so much. Number two, I do want Steve's input on this one, so I'll loop ahead and I'll come back to that one. Number three, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to give you a quick update on some of the things that we've been doing with homelessness. As you remember, one of the things that I'm doing, and I don't want to step on Commissioner Beasley Pittman's toes, I mean, she's our representative, but no, I was working with Broward Health and also now Lamar, and we're just focusing on one aspect, the ones that fall through the cracks, that piece of it. We had spoken about what we could possibly do with repurposing the stockade, and I have a few thoughts. And John, just to let you know, some of your concerns we've spoken a lot about. So we've worked with Broward Health, Lamar Fisher. Now we're talking with BSO, and I actually just spoke with the colonel in charge of oversees that earlier today with some different ideas than we had first started out with. Some other partners that we are looping in: school board members, business communities, Broward Workshop, some of all three state representatives, Marine community. We did take a tour of the stockade, as it was mentioned in the county's memo. I don't know if I should be honored or insulted that they mentioned us, but they did mention us. I think it was directed at our group. Thank you again, Susan, and your staff for joining us. One of the things we thought was repurposing it, maybe making it for a low barrier shelter, and that's the one problem that we have. Either people get arrested and go to prison, or they go to a place like a low barrier shelter. And a couple problems, John, let me just address some of the issues that we've spoken in great detail. You make that particular site low barrier, and then all of a sudden everybody's going to come there, and they're going to spill out, and that whole prospect, that whole thing from the whole county will be descending upon District 1. And so a couple thoughts. I don't know what's going to happen. It's very preliminary, but we're thinking of redefining what we're going to do there. And maybe make it simply a medical facility, make it a respite facility, make it a place that people could be discharged from Broward Health that simply don't qualify to go to other facilities, either because of drugs, they don't want drug testing, or because they have a criminal record. One of the things that we're thinking of is
Hang on there, Warren. Wait, are you proposing that we're going to take all the drug addicts in the city that don't want to be treated and put them in District 1?
No.
Did I just hear you say that?
No, what you're going to do, here's
just a little clarity there.
Here's some of the keys. We're thinking of having some of the, what was your address again? No, one of the issues we first was maybe an outpatient facility, maybe feeding or things. And the problem there is if you have a day facility, it's the exact problem that you have a problem with. Even if you just have feeding, people are going to stay there all the time. And our thought is to have absolutely no feeding there whatsoever. Because you feed there, they'll come there. So whatever services you do not feed, because that way people will not stay overnight.
And by the way, we already have a massive problem in District 1 with one of my churches that runs a feeding program. And what happens is we have hundreds of people that are coming for that program, and they do not disperse. They remain in the neighborhood, and that is the highest number of calls for service that I have in my entire district is from that church that's following their ministry and doing what it is that they do. They're practicing their First Amendment rights to exercise a basic tenet of their religion, and I support that. But it's hugely burdensome on the neighborhood. So we really need to be mindful of the fact that, you know, when we transport people to an area, there needs to be a mechanism to return them from whence they came. Otherwise, they stay and they congregate and they do not leave. And they continue then to have a negative impact on that neighborhood that they've been brought to. So we need to find a way to ensure that that doesn't happen.
And your site, they have feeding at that site, correct?
They have a variety of feeding and social service programs and showers and the whole panoply of outreach services that would be provided to the homeless community is available at the location, food simply being one aspect of that.
And when you mentioned this 2 weeks ago, you said two things. You don't want them all in your neighborhood, but you also said, and I thank you because, Warren, I know that you would respect it and deal with that. And I am. And that's why we're, again, nothing's certain, but wherever we do, we're not going to feed people where we want people to stay overnight. And the other thing is, if you have people that are being discharged from Broward Health, you know, people that are missing limbs, have open wounds, have external fixation, IV antibiotics. These people are stuck. They're not going to be walking Prospect. They're going to be, and when
Well, actually, no, they
discharged,
will. They'll be out there in their wheelchairs because they're already out there doing this. So I have folks in my neighborhood. I have folks out there on Federal Highway right now in wheelchairs, missing limbs, that are in and about in traffic on a daily basis.
But I don't envision this. I mean, when they're finished with the treatment, they're gone. They're not. This is not for people.
Where do they
live in.
go to, though? That's my question. Where do they get discharged to?
Oh no. This is okay. Way preliminary. What
Okay.
I'm doing is I'm just telling you that we are
Understood.
thinking of some of the concerns, and these are some of the things I will continually bring forward to you. I am sensitive to those things, and these are just some of the things.
Well, these are mechanisms that we really need to work through. You know, I have a favorite quote that I like, and it has to do with strategy versus logistics. Okay, and the critical thing is that we work on logistics. Okay, so here's that quote: "Amateurs talk strategy, professionals talk logistics." I focus on logistics because how we do it is far more important than saying what we want to do. It's how are we going to make this happen in a way that doesn't create an even bigger problem than the one that we have right now. Because right now our homeless population, as bad as it is dispersed throughout the entire city. If I gather up all of these chronically homeless, and those are the ones that are sleeping in the bushes and benches and parks and under bridges, and I bring them all and I put them in one location, I've just now created this ground zero for destroying a neighborhood. So logistics matter. So as we think through this, and it's an important conversation to have, and I appreciate you bringing it up, Warren. I genuinely do. But we need to think about the logistics of how we make sure that we don't destroy one of the vibrant commercial corridors in the city. We don't have that many commercial industrial neighborhoods in Fort Lauderdale. And this is one of those, and it's very successful. So we have to make sure that whatever we do is not having a disparate impact on that corridor.
John, we are one step ahead of you.
I love that when you can do that. It's awesome.
Couple things. Number one is, we had a follow-up meeting. We were having meeting after meeting. Okay, now people know me. I get kind of obsessed with something. Like in April, in May, I think I spent those 2 whole months over in Edgewood and River Oaks. So I met with the city manager and her staff, and the city attorney and his staff, my staff, and we went through a follow-up. We've met several times, and I'm not going to give you any detail. I'm not going to give you. You have to stay tuned. No spoiler. I'm not tell you some of the things we're thinking of. But I mean, we don't want everything in one spot. You have to disperse it. Pompano, Hollywood. Where are you going to have people sleeping? And we came up with some interesting thoughts.
And District 4 too, right? So not only
it's called the jail in Broward Health. District 4 already has
District 4, like Snyder Park, maybe.
We have the jail in Broward Health. We already have the 2 big ones.
As long as they play pickleball, they're good.
Pickleball. Okay. Yeah. But I will. All right. Let's okay. To finish this item, the last thing I'm going to say is we are going to be going to San Diego, and we're going to be meeting with San Diego officials over.
You're going to bring them all to San Diego?
Correct. Right.
Even better.
A big plane. And we're going to be accompanied by staff going to San Diego to look at some of the solutions that they have there. That's going to be in the first week of June. We've been invited there, so stay tuned. That's number 2. Number 3, I have 2 more items. Number 3, this should be pretty straightforward, but maybe not so. I told you I'd bring it back. I am bringing it back. That resolution for the school board, Steve, I did look at what you said. You want to take out the last 3 paragraphs. I think that's fine. I would like us to go ahead and prepare something for this evening. It basically is saying that we just want more public input into the schools. Steve, you've had a chance to read over that, right? I take out those last 3 whereases. You're okay with that? Is everybody else, hopefully you had a chance to take a peek at that. We could put it on as a walk-on for tonight.
Somehow I found myself running a meeting, so I just haven't had a chance to look at it. It's sitting right there.
Okay.
And if I could read and try to bounce all your ideas off all at once and your conversations, I'd be a genius.
Okay, so you can read while I do my next item. I'm going to have another item coming up.
Okay.
But I mean, John and Pam, if you could take a peek over, you're okay with that? Okay, so.
I am not, but I will.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to try to get that on.
They've
for
been
tonight.
listening to the meeting.
Okay, now, and then I have one more thing, and you're going to hate me for this. Oh my God. But I have to,
Take your time.
No, I'm just trying to figure out, I'm just gathering my thought. We had our joint workshop with the Charter Review.
Workshop with what?
With the Charter Review.
Charter Review. Oh, yeah.
11 o'clock this morning.
I didn't hear you.
With the Charter Review.
Yeah.
And a couple good points were brought up, and I want to throw this out, and we're not going to have another chance before the night, and this might be our one window right at this particular moment. Mr. Furteg brought up the fact that, we could give it to the neighborhood in pieces. I think, John, you said if we have 25 things on there, nobody's going to read it. You have the 3, 4, 5 key points that are on there. We could bring that onto the November ballot. If we want to get it on November, we have one shot. We have to decide before tonight's meeting if we want to bring it up. Give it to Tom and legal, and they'll put it on as a walk-on the end. And the question is, and I was going through, meeting with some of the constituents, met with some of them on the Charter Review, individually. By the way, they never spoke together. They didn't do any sunshine violation. We were sure about that. And the question is, are there any things there that are time-sensitive, anything that is necessary, and what can we wait on, and what is simply cleanup? And I think you don't want to necessarily wait 2 years for some of these things. And, some of them have been vetted out for years. And the 2 things that maybe we can just add as a first step on the Charter Review is the public lands, and also that petition, that way the people could petition to go get things on there. Those 2 things, and maybe.
Which ones are you talking about?
Well, I don't have it here. Well, there's some simple cleanup things.
Which number are you referring to?
I don't have that in front of me.
We can't
here.
really decide if we don't know what we're talking about here. 8.02, sale of city property to public bodies. Is that the one?
Yes. I believe that's the one that we were talking about.
Or the sale of real property to private parties. Which is it we're talking about? 80.
The one that has, remember they had that lease versus lien and all that other stuff?
There's 802 and 804.
I believe.
Yeah. There's also 801 is sale of personal property.
Well, the personal property.
Yeah. 802 is the longest and probably most complex in terms of the backup. I don't know if it makes sense without having a discussion. 804 is also very, very detailed. I don't know.
Okay. Well, that one.
Those aren't just cleanup things.
That I knew you'd say, so that's okay. But the ones that would be, one that does seem to be a lot easier would be that petition process, by which a petition could come forward asking the city to opine on it, and if not, how it gets onto.
I think there's some unanimity on, in pursuing a initiative, a resident initiative approach to putting things on a ballot, but that hasn't really been fully vetted. I mean, I'm trying to think through so 10 people can get together, put a proposal together, have it vetted through the city attorney's office, then they get a chance to come back. If it's not really all that complete, they come back, now it's complete, and then they give it to the commission. The commission says yes or no. If it says yes, then it goes on the ballot. If it says no, then they need 12 or 1,300 signatures to get on the ballot. And then if they
No, I think it goes the other way. I think they get the signatures, then they come to us. They get the signatures ahead of time.
Okay.
And then it comes to the city commission, and it doesn't have to get...
I thought it was just 10.
See, we don't even know what we're talking about right now. How are we going to move this forward to the public? That's our point from today.
We never got to that.
No, folks, if we learned one thing today in our discussion with the school board issue, we learned how important it is to fully vet something with the neighborhoods, with the community, with the folks who this is going to impact. And now we're talking about doing just the opposite of what we said we should do when it comes to reinventing the schools. I mean, I don't know why we're going to do that. I thought that we figured out this afternoon that we need to continue our work with the Charter Revision Board.
Well,
they need to continue.
Two things, okay, Steve and Dean, but what's consensus? I just want to, I mean, if I can ask my other colleagues what your thought is. And then I'm going to come back to one other issue related. It's a much simpler issue.
No, I would support you on that, Warren.
What was that? You what?
Yeah, no, I think those issues are timely and we can move them forward.
They can. Yeah. So Pam, your thought? And the other question I have for you while you're thinking, Pam, the very simple things that the Charter Review said that might be problematic, that are pretty straight cleanup things regarding the day after the election. Just, I mean, having the county certify it and go forward, that stuff is not controversial. That's pure cleanup. That might be time sensitive and that might impact the November election. Those are, Steve, those are not controversial, I don't think.
Again, I understand. I think there are other ones that are much more simple and much easier. Again, for me, this is an issue of process where we're going against what we said we should be doing with the schools. We heard, I've been getting a lot of emails from folks. There were people here that wanted to speak. They obviously didn't. But again, I don't know what the rush is. If anything, you could do things like, I don't know, the term of the vice mayor. That's okay. Who cares?
Yeah, but
I mean, I don't know why we're going to rush to do these other things. They require conversation. I just think that I don't see the urgency. I think that everything else is, unless we can identify something that has to happen this November, I don't know why we don't want to let the neighborhoods know what's going on. I don't know why we don't want to let the district commissioners have meetings in the district or part of their pre-agenda meetings. I don't know why we don't want to have workshops. I don't know why we don't want to let the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations pretty much is against us moving forward with ballot initiatives. You could tell from emails, you could tell that they think this just needs to be vetted more with the community, and I just agree with that. I don't think that we should be rushing this. This is really important. It's our Constitution. I don't know why we're rushing it when we don't even understand a lot of it, when we haven't even had an opportunity to. We didn't finish the meeting today. We didn't even we didn't finish the meeting.
That's the point here. This is my part of the commission. This is my last item, and so I'm going to put it out there that you're my colleagues. I lean on you. I look at your advice. I look at your input. We come together as a consensus, the five of us. I know how John feels. The question is, and I was listening to them, and there's two things, and I'm torn. On the one hand, we should wait. We should go ahead and have public input. But the question is, are there things that really are time sensitive? If you wait a couple of years, that might not come to. Are there things that are that important? And the ballot initiative might be one of them. John,
don't we already have a ballot initiative approach?
But it was a cleanup of that.
I know, but Dwayne, don't we already have people can.
They can.
We can we already have a ballot initiative.
We do.
This isn't something new. This is just refining the process. But we already have a ballot initiative.
And in fact, the threshold's less. It's only 1,000 people, not 1,300.
But this cleans it up. You get a reading ahead of time, and don't waste a whole bunch of time. Well, Pam. Okay, the last one. I just want your advice. Not your advice. This is conference. This is a consensus. You're my colleague.
My question. I want to make sure that in this process, this would enable the conversation to continue. This would not say. With what we're doing tonight, it stops conversation, it stops the opportunity for our neighbors to be vetted and add comment. What I heard today, I believe that it will continue the conversation, correct?
And that I like. The only problem
not
is,
if we already
unless we
approved
come to a decision.
we put it on the ballot?
If we put, there's no more conversation.
But it won't make it to November. If we don't make a decision today, it's going to have to wait till the next election. Which, I'm not saying it's good or bad.
Okay.
Well, next election is in 2 years.
Well, here's the question, Tom. Is there any in between now and 2 years? Is there like some primary thing or something else that
You can do a
Oh,
special.
wait. That would be this or city clerk, or that would be Tom.
You would do a special election, but it's very costly.
But it wouldn't be part of, let's say, a primary election or something like that.
I don't know how they would structure it, but it's possible you could tag on to another election.
Well,
I don't even know if this would qualify for a mail-in ballot for these things. That's possible. If that's the case, it seems like it's $600,000.
Well, the whole thing, Pam, the whole thing. I mean,
What I can tell you, my concern, if I may, I've done a couple of these for cities over the years, and I don't think you are all prepared to deal with this. You're not up on this completely where you all understand and fully understand each of these different issues, and I think you need more time with this board to get that done. This is rushing this to me.
well, the whole question, Pam, is there anything that you feel is cannot wait 2 years?
Do you two want to have a sidebar?
No. This is sunshine. We can't. This is our only time.
Understood. I don't see anything that's jumping out at me that that would require immediacy. But again, if our city attorney is suggesting that we wait this path, I have a lot of respect for his input. So with that being said, if it's not going to be, as it's been said, we need to be educated more. We need to understand each one of these sections where we are making sure that even the direction that we move forward, some things that may have been stricken, we may need to add or change the verbiage. We want to put this together where it is as much a positive impact for our city, not just.
Okay. And I respect. I mean, the majority have a certain feel, and I totally respect that. And my whole thing, and I just ask my colleagues, is the public lands and that and the process by getting things on by initiative. No. That if it's going to be put off, that in 2 years, I don't want it to fall by the wayside. I mean, these are important items.
What is the true opportunity in 2 years? We have. There is an election, overall election in 2 years, right?
Well, it's a congressional.
That would be the next general election.
Okay.
And the governor, too. The governor.
And we can be much better prepared than this.
I don't think you are prepared for these.
We're not prepared.
You're all over the map, respectfully, because we just
this is the
first time you had a chance to meet with these people, despite the fact that you tried for months, and you didn't even have much of a dialogue. Okay. These take a lot more dialogue, where then the five of you decide, this is what we want to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's not been done.
Okay, you have to remember, the Charter Revision Board has already been meeting for a year and a half, and we're only at this point. So guess what? We're going to need the next year and a half to get ready for that election in 2 years. That will help us conclude the work. We're going to need the time. We're just going to need it.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
One other thing, with the items that have been presented, understanding that there are others that we had also presented before, these items will not go by the wayside. We will continue to have the conversations regarding these 14 sessions.
Thank you. I mean, again, that's my whole sentiment exactly.
Because there's some things here I definitely do not want to see removed from the conversation. The lease, in a sense, lease versus licensing. This is a conversation I believe that we definitely need to define moving forward. So. As long as this will be a continuation and nothing will be removed from the conversation.
The only risk is there'll be a new commission back then. They might not have our same concern, but okay. Thank you for your input. I appreciate that, guys.
Okay. Does that complete your remarks?
Yes, that completes my remarks.
Great. Thank you. I just want to point out a couple of things that have happened and that will happen. First of all, last week I participated with the Chamber of Commerce for the DC Summit. I encourage the Commission to consider that next time that this happens, that they take a couple days out of their life and go up to Washington. This was an extremely productive and educational opportunity, as well as a fun opportunity to see, first of all, to meet other people from our city who we probably would never run into but for an occasion like this. And also to listen to congresspeople, senators, department heads. We spoke with FEMA people. We spoke with U.S. Department of Transportation people. We got to see the reception rooms at the State Department, things that the average public person would not be able to do. It's a great educational piece, and I believe the Chamber does it every 2 years. So you know, you have time to plan for it. But seriously, it was a great opportunity, and I really encourage people to want to participate. Let's see. On May 18th, we had the Fire Rescue Medals Day. Just want to say, and Commissioner Herbst was there, and he also spoke. But you know, this was an important opportunity for our community to recognize our first responders in the fire department, who really have gone above and beyond their call of duty to protect people in our community. Some of the stories that we heard were amazing. So super heroic, and you know, we have a great team working for our city, and we should be very proud of the folks in our fire rescue department, and to recognize those individuals who really stood out. It was a good day in our city, and I encourage all of us next time this happens to participate in that. The next day, unfortunately, I attended a funeral for Susie Levan. Susie Levan was the wife of now I can't remember his first name, Alan Levan, who is a very important person in our community, great philanthropist, and a person whose involvement in our community is just also outstanding. He's the initial funder for the Levan Innovation Center at NSU. Just a great philanthropist, and Susie was just one of those people that was extremely special. Listening to the eulogies that people gave during her funeral was outstanding. The only drawback was the funeral was at a synagogue so far west in Broward County. I didn't think Broward County went that far west. Yeah, I guess it did. So
was it Palm Air?
Yeah. It was 113th Avenue at Broward Boulevard. Also, now the Panthers are lined up against the New York Rangers, so I hope our community come out and support the Panthers team.
Oh, are they going to have a watch party Wednesday tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes, they're having a watch party.
In Iceplex?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes.
By the way, I should have mentioned it, but do you know that last Friday night when they played Boston in the last game of the series, they had over 3,000 people came to the Iceplex to watch at the watch party.
Of course I know that. Me and my family were one of them.
Which is amazing. So
great event.
So Commissioner Vice Mayor Glassman, all the naysayers who said no one's ever going to use those Iceplexes.
I'm going to tell you, that is a very popular spot, and I did have lunch at the Federal the other day for the first time.
Oh, yeah?
Really nice.
Yeah.
Part of the restaurant overlooks the Iceplex. Part of the restaurant overlooks the pickleball and the park. It's a really nice spot. You can sit outside and eat up on the second floor there. Really popular. I'm sure there'll be even more than 3,000 people for the watch.
It's the
parties.
coolest place in town.
Yes, it is.
Stay out of the heat.
Well, I had a hot dog. I couldn't afford the Federal thing.
I can make you a loan.
See, on May 23rd, we have the Allegro Senior Care Ribbon Cutting. Maybe my future home.
There you go. Yes.
On North Federal Highway. And as the Vice Mayor mentioned, this Saturday is the Great American Beach Party. We'll be doing the 2 p.m. parachute jump will be taking place, and at 3 p.m. we'll be beginning the ceremonies for the Walk of Fame.
They wouldn't approve me to jump, Mayor. They would not approve me to be a part of the parachute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So maybe next year when I'm solo, maybe they'll let me jump.
You'll have to be in better practice, I guess. So that's what's happening on Saturday. And on Monday, of course, is Memorial Day ceremony at Lauderdale Memorial Park at 9 a.m. We invite everyone from the community to participate and show their respects for those who have given the greatest sacrifice to their country and their families. Later that morning, we'll also be doing a Memorial Day ceremony at Sandy Nininger statue. We're probably not going to do it in front of the statue. I've requested that we find an indoor location because it's going to be extremely hot and humid that day, and some of us just can't take it. And since a lot of the folks who are sponsors of this, that belong to the American Legion Post, I just think it's going to be an uncomfortable ceremony. People will be itching to get out of there, and I think that's a disrespect to the purpose for which it's being undertaken. And then May 30th, History FTL Take Pride LGBTQ reception at 6 p.m. at the Galleria. Everyone is invited in the community to attend that. Other than that, I have nothing else. And if Madam City Manager, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I wanted to acknowledge the passing of HR employee Sheena Grant last Saturday, and we're sending our thoughts and prayers to her family and to the HR family that worked with her.
She was very young.
Yeah, very, very young, and leaves a husband and 2 really young
children.
Babies, yeah. And then, as is our practice, just to announce walk-ons that we have today. We have the call-up for Huizinga Plaza, the donation of art, and then possibly the walk-on for the resolution if you decide to proceed.
So they asked for the walk-on. They asked for the call-up question to be taken up right after the consent agenda items, and I have no problem with that. And then the walk-on will come on at the end of the meeting. Okay. Is there anything else? Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything?
No, sir.
Okay. There being none, this meeting is now concluded, and we now will go into our Community Redevelopment Agency Board meeting. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Herbst.
Present.
Vice Chair Glassman.
Here.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Here.
Commissioner Sturman.
Here.
Chair Trentalis.
Here. So we have a couple items. First of all, M1, motion approving minutes for the May 7th, 2024 Community Redevelopment Agency Board meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
It's been moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Glassman.
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman.
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst.
Yes.
Chair Trentalis.
Yes, and those minutes are now approved. R1, this is a resolution of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency waiving the minimum requirement for total project costs and the minimum contribution requirement under the Development Incentive Program and approving a $307,663 forgivable loan to the Boys and Girls Clubs of Broward County and authorizing the Executive Director to execute all related instruments, authorizing the Executive Director to take certain actions. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Anyone have any questions with regard to this item? There being none, please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency waiving the minimum total project cost requirement and the minimum contribution requirement under the Development Incentive Program for the project located at 832 Northwest 2nd Street, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33311. Approving an award of $307,663 to Boys and Girls Clubs of Broward County, Inc., authorizing the Executive Director to execute any and all related instruments, delegating authority to the Executive Director to take certain actions, and providing for an effective date. Vice Chair Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis.
Yes, and R1 is now approved. I understand R2 is going to be removed from the agenda?
Yes, that's correct, and we will bring it back in June.
Okay, very good. Is there any further business of the CRA? There being none, that meeting is now concluded, and we'll resume our evening meeting at 6 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
Those are mine for the moment.